once you're up and awake, I mean, it's only taken me like an hour and a half, but once you're up and awake, I think it's actually fine. You wouldn't know that I got up at 2:30 this morning. Except I keep like bumping into shit when I'm walking. I think I lose that when I'm tired, but otherwise it's alright. Okay, hitting some shoulders today. Let's get second on.
I made the devil run. I gave him poison just for fun. I had one friend, now there's none. I made the devil run. I broke so many bones, but none of them were ever my own. They were an army, I was alone. I broke so many bones.
So shoulders done. That was actually a really, really good session. I felt awesome. Full workout is in the description. So yeah, so far, really, really good. Actually, oh, okay, catch you later. Really enjoying this so far, I can't complain. I reckon the idea of it is much worse than actually doing it. So we're gonna eat first and then we'll have a shower. I feel like I just ate. Post-workout meal, protein shake, 3 turkey burgers, 5 pieces of sweet potato. Weird, but okay. Okay, so let's have the post-workout meal. Protein shake, sweet potatoes in the microwave because I'm lazy, and then we have some turkey burgers. So I need your advice. So last night I thought I'll cook these turkey burgers because I'm going to be tired and I don't want to be cooking turkey at like 5:30 in the morning. Great. So I was really organized, cooked them, and then I put them in this lovely container and I left them on the bench all night. So this morning I woke up, walked out here and went, fuck. And there's just turkey on the bench. So the problem was, I'm not gonna go catch a turkey. I'm just not. I'm not a turkey hunter, and I don't feel like doing that at 5:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna eat the turkey that's been left overnight, because technically it's only been 4 hours. Maybe it's not that bad, I'm gonna eat it anyway. That looks so shit. Great.
This extraordinary creature is half blind, half deaf. It's not exactly an enthusiastic leaf eater. A couple of half-hearted chews, then eventually this mobile compost heap pulls itself together and starts on a long and dangerous journey.
Need 100 or it's nothing. Need 100 or it's nothing. Need 100 or it's nothing. Need a yeah.
My crew be in the back trying to throw a couple racks. I be in the front trying to give them what they want. Who out in the middle wanna get a little taste? Throw 100 in this place till I'm...
Don't hit me. No. Don't have a ball there.
That's what I'm getting the Okay, so it's time for a snack. 10 turkey meatballs. How do I make turkey meatballs? And this is exactly the snack that I felt like this morning. Where is it? There it is. Breadcrumbs. 10 of them. Mix them together with my hands because we've got no gloves.
Or you find a turkey and cut its balls off. Biggest way to do it.
Turkey balls. Good. Alright, I'm gonna mix these up. Yes, thanks for helping, Twigs. Okay, so we have our turkey. Now to make balls. What is your obsession with fucking bollocks, mate? You guys know I hate touching this shit without gloves as well because I'm a little pussy. Just crush the egg. Slam its face into the bench. Good. Parmesan crumbs, turkey mince, turkey breath mint. Gross. Just a little bit salt. Oh! Now the best bit, I get to mix this up with my hands. Yes. Ugh. Mike always got a personal chef to do this shit all day. Probably got some guy in his house that literally makes turkey meatballs for about 10 hours a day, his full-time job. I got a guy making me turkey meatballs all day. That's the turkey with blue balls. Okay, I reckon these are way too big. These turn out sick. Good. That's actually awesome. All right, I'm gonna have this snack, edit some of this video, And we'll see you guys for our next, what's our next thing? Cryotherapy. It's gonna be fun. Good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit, the lens looks a bit... Does it look smudged?
No.
Smudge on the lens?
Smudge on the lens.
That's Rick and Morty. So it turns out we don't have a cryotherapy chamber, but we've got ice. This is what we do for recovery every day.
It looks freezing, man.
It does.
You're doing yourself now.
Oh, alright. Alright.
Holy shit. I can't feel my legs immediately.
Freezing there.
Fuck. That is so cold. Oh.
Shrink the nuts.
That's literally destroy me, dude.
Oh. This is actually cooked. How long do I be in here for, Joel?
30 seconds.
I'm gonna lose my toes. Oh shit. That's it, I've got no diglets. Joel, I've got no diglets. Good recovery though.
I just realised that I hadn't even got my upper body in at all, so...
Oh my god. It actually feels really nice once you get out. Oh god.
I needed that. To be honest, I actually needed that. I was about to fall asleep before.
Oh, shoot, that would have woken you up.
Yeah, it did. That's why I wanted it. Now I got permanent brain freeze. Bad experience overall. Very bad experience, but... this is probably why he does it. He gets so tired.
Yeah. He's been up since 3. He's oh, fuck.
He's so tired he's gonna jump into like negative 100.
Naps, yes.
So guys, lunch is served. We have steak with some green peppers, capsicum. If you guys want to cook the perfect steak, I mean, I've probably told you in like 6 videos, but I'll tell you again, get a sous vide, okay? That's just my personal preference. It basically pre-cooks it, throw it in the sous vide, get it out, dry it, season it. I use garlic powder, salt, pepper, onion powder. Get a pan super hot. If the steak has a bit of fat around it, render the fat so it melts in the pan. Put your steak on the pan. Cook your steak in a bit of butter, and then I just put whatever veg I'm eating in the same pan. So the purpose of this isn't actually to cook the steak in the pan, it's basically cooked in the sous vide already. You put it back in the pan to get those, stop licking, to get those crispy edges there, which is just awesome. So, bit of a taste test. This is a giant steak too. Look at that, perfect. Bear, how good is that? I feel like he eats way, I mean, you do what you want, Mark, but I feel like he eats way too many meals before 1 p.m. And relatively low carb throughout the whole day, as you guys will soon see. We haven't got a lot of carbs on the menu. It's basically pre and post workout. It seems like that's about it.
You set this up so you have a double chin with a screen like this. It needs to be. Hair's all full.
Mate, what are you doing?
Just waiting for my mum.
You want to get in the car?
I don't know who you are.
Just get in the car. Gotta pick the kids up.
So this is the snack, but I'm not hungry at all, so... Do you want it, John? This still counts. Doesn't even chew it. Save this for later. So time for workout number 2. Now I'm gonna do one of Mark's workouts. It's pretty hard to find on the internet, but I found one. This is exactly what he does. And I think it's, I probably wouldn't do it, but this is F45 style, like kind of CrossFit, it's his style. Anyway, the best part of this, guys, is you actually use every single muscle in your body, every exercise. And that's 1 rep. You can do 10 reps and 4 rounds. So for dinner we're having white fish. I think it's meant to be healthy and grilled, but I can't be bothered, so I'm just frying it. I thought it'd be, I actually want to enjoy this. So I'm gonna make a tempura batter, plain flour, corn flour, 1 egg, bit of salt, no salt, bit of soda water, and a little bit of salt. Mix it with your hands.
Chopsticks.
Why do you have to mix it with chopsticks? Are you pulling my bollocks?
It's better.
Doesn't look like it's mixed properly. Why would you use chopsticks, not a whisk? Is Flake shark? Look at that bit of jaws. I think we're gonna need a bigger bowl. Oh, I think. What are you cooking?
Japanese curry.
Excuse me. I just don't do that with the cup.
And dinner is served. White fish with some Kewpie mayo. Kewpie mayo with a bit of white fish. And look at the size of Mum's ribeye steak, by the way. That's it, she's gone full carnivore. Today's day 1. And how do you feel? You feel great?
I do.
Changed your life already, it's been a day.
The slide.
Okay, so we're a little bit late to the party, it's 7:50, but it's bedtime. Because everybody knows Mark Wahlberg is actually 10 years old. And I'm just gonna leave this going for the next 7 hours. What would you guys do if I honestly did that? If I just left this going for the whole night? Lights on, everything, and I just slept and you guys watched me. I wonder how many would watch it through. Comment, maybe we can try it. YouTube ad revenue though. Okay, so I'm gonna get some sleep and we'll see you in the morning. So guys, that is it. I hope you enjoyed that. It is actually very, very difficult. I think I was about to fall asleep at about 10 AM and then I was just doing weird shit. Like I tried to put the oven tray in the fridge. I was just losing my mind. I'm actually used to it because when I go traveling, I am used to beating jet lag and I'll stay up for like 24 hours on end. So I kind of get used to the sleep deprivation. But anyway guys, that is it for me. I hope you enjoyed this. And like I do with every other day in the life video, I give one person a shout out who actually told me to do it. So this week's shout out goes to Domilit. Is that how I pronounce it? Not too sure, but thank you for giving me the idea. I'm not gonna say it was fun because it wasn't. It was just pure hell. But guys, let me know in the comments who you want to see me do a day in the life of next, and if you want to shout out as well. If you haven't at this point, if you haven't given it a like, please give it a like. Give it a like for my David Attenborough overlay of the narration because I think that's the funniest shit ever. Why haven't I done that before? That is just hilarious. Anyway, that's it from me guys, and you definitely know what to do. Stay massive.
I got a fresh cut in the denims, all these sexy jeans in my section, and slide into your DMs in the PM and the AM, then I slide into your feelings when you see
And what's going on, guys? Welcome to the video. Happy Sunday. Today is a long run. Well, it's 12 miles, so it's a moderate distance run. So we have 12 miles this morning. Woke up, drank some coffee, did some mobility, took G1M Sport, and now we're ready to go off on this 12-mile run. On the weekends, I like to wait a little bit to take off for my runs. I sleep in a little bit as opposed to during the week. So the sun's already up. The birds are already chirping. The old people are already walking around the neighborhood. 12 miles. Let's go. Also doing something a little bit different today. I'm going to carry this GoPro with me for the entire run. So you guys are going to go with me for this entire 12 miles. You can see my route that I do by Lake Georgetown. So let's go. Let's go run together. Now the first 3 miles of this course, which this is one of my favorite courses to run. It's either like for my Sunday runs, downtown Austin, or this goes to Lake Georgetown. But the first 3 miles, it's quite the warm up. It's a lot of hills. We're on a pretty steep and long hill right now. So just driving up this shit, get to the top, keep pushing on. For those first 3 miles, always remind you, you're awake and you're alive. So we're halfway, 6 miles done. Right now we're at 6.29 in 46 minutes, 45 seconds. Feeling good, baby. Just about to hit 8 miles. So 8 miles now, 1 hour. 1 hour, 3 seconds. Hey, what's up? Hey, thank you. So what I like doing is breaking up these 12 milers, mile 1 to 4, 5 to 8, 9 to 12. So now, because we just crossed mile 8, we're on the back third. Ten miles. Mile 10 was 7:34 minute per mile pace. Total time is 1 hour, 15 minutes, 22 seconds. 2 more miles. Stay strong. Stay strong, baby. So 12 miles is complete. That was done in 1 hour, 30 minutes, 35 seconds at a 7:33 minute per mile pace. It was not necessarily hot, but it was super humid. And as always, here's the test of the sweat level. Here's my socks. Are we ready? Yes, it was a sweaty one, but it felt good. Felt good. Now on the last mile of my run, I shit you not, I'm constantly thinking about this mixture right here. My body's just like craving this nutrient powerhouse when I finish a long run. So 1 scoop of strong greens. We're gonna throw the pineapple coconut right in there. 1 scoop of strong reds, strawberry. We're gonna throw that in with the greens. Then we're gonna whisk it up with this little hand mixer, just like that. Nice and juicy. And I'm gonna wash down, you guys know, 4 capsules of strong multivitamin and the GOAT, 1 capsule of strong joints. Game changer, baby. Steph.
Yes.
Go ahead and tell me how we plan meals for the week and how we build our grocery list.
I plan the meals for the week and how I build the grocery list.
Yeah, tell me how you do that.
I use my notepad that I created myself from my business, Rock Paper Pretty. But basically, I just sit down on Sundays and I go on Pinterest, I go on cookbooks, I go on my cookbooks. I make the menu for the week, so we're about halfway through right now. And then I go ahead and make my shopping list, which today we're gonna do online shopping and do curbside pickup. So that's how I do it. But rockpaperpretty.com.
Right now we're trying to plan Sunday dinner because Sunday dinners are one of our favorite dinners. My vote for tonight is chicken parmesan. I personally believe I make some of the best chicken parmesan in the entire world. Steph is feeling, what were you feeling?
I don't know, but we can do that.
Oh,
We can do that.
yes. Thank you. Now, if you were to ask me, what is one meal that I could have at any point in the day, every single day for the rest of my life? Well, I'm about to show you. This is 8 ounces of, it's ground bison. I could do like elk, bison, beef, about 8 ounces of that. And then a cup and a half of jasmine rice, jasmine or basmati rice with some sea salt in there. And then, that's good on its own, it really is. You take some guacamole, the guacamole right on top there, and then ketchup. You guys know I'm big ketchup family, big ketchup house, big ketchup person. And each spoonful, you go for some rice, you go for some ground bison, you go for some guacamole, and then you grab some ketchup on top. I could eat it every day of my life. First things first, this weather today has been the weirdest thing ever. First it's raining, then it's cloudy, then it's sunny. And then it's raining when it's sunny, and then it's cloudy, and then it's not raining. And now it's sunny and hot. It's been like all over the place. That's Texas though. That's Texas. Second thing I want to bring up. On the weekends, whenever I come to the office, someone is always here getting after it. So Jordan and Michaela are here just like getting after it in the gym. I can hear the gym bumping. Yesterday when I came in here, yesterday was Saturday, Christian was here, Trey and Phoebe were here, Preston was here, Steph was here, we were all training. Someone is always getting after it in this gym right here. This gym has been put to good use. That's what this team's all about, man. Go one more, not just 3 words. Everyone here lives and breathes it. So I want to talk about the topic of heat and humidity again and the way it affects training. The reason I'm bringing this up is because a lot of new runners that are reaching out to me are saying, man, like my runs are just sucking all of a sudden. Well, we're in the midst of summer, the hottest part of the year, and heat and humidity plays a major role and factor in your performance. Now, I've recently seen articles and studies that are showing the similarities between training in heat and humidity and training at higher altitudes. It has similar effects on the body. It's a stimulus on the body that affects your body's ability to train. And when I was training and running and feeling like $1,000,000 after the Austin Marathon, Texas weather went from like 65 degrees to like 95 degrees 1 week. And that change in heat and humidity played a major factor in my performance. I just thought that I was having like a down week. I thought I was overtrained. I thought my body was just like going to crap. And talking to my coach, it was like, well, the heat and humidity, it's this new stimulus to the body that's playing a major factor. It is having a major role in your body's ability to perform as optimal and efficient as possible. It's just the way it works. Like, you have to acclimate to heat and humidity during summer training. So if you're running in the spring, you're feeling great, you're feeling fast, all of a sudden the heat and humidity jacks up and your training performance decreases a little bit, well, that's gonna happen. It just is. You are gonna run faster in like 50-degree weather than 90-degree weather. And even if you run the same speed, your heart rate most likely is gonna be lower in that 50-degree weather than 90-degree weather. You see, when it's hot and humid, your body has to perform harder. Your heart rate is gonna increase. Your body is trying to cool down faster because it's just building up this heat inside. The body's production of heat is so much higher and it cannot get rid of that heat. So heat and humidity plays a massive role. And I've seen like today where it was super humid, my heart rate was jacked up more than normal. It was still easy miles, my heart rate was more elevated than normal. Heat and humidity still plays a major role in your performance. Like I said, there's studies and articles out there that compare it in the similarities of heat and altitude. Now, the coolest part about the human body is that it adapts to a stimulus over time. The body adapts very, very well. So if I take an inexperienced runner and have them start running 60 miles a week, it's gonna be a shock to the body. It's gonna hurt, it's gonna be super uncomfortable, and it's not gonna be sustainable. But if you acclimate that runner, you slowly add 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, then 60, the body is adapted to that stimulus over time in that volume in order to handle 60 miles. Same thing with like heat training. The body has to acclimate. So like slowly increasing mileage, increasing intensity when it gets hotter out and gets more humid, well, your body will adapt to that stimulus. So like right now, my body handles heat a whole lot better than it did 2 months ago. But I know, and this is what I'm excited for, when fall hits, I'm gonna be cooking. I am gonna be cooking on these miles because of acclimating to the heat and my body's ability to perform in hot, humid conditions so that when it cools down and fall hits, man, I'm gonna be fast. I am gonna be fast. And just like that, it is raining again. So I hit a little leg hypertrophy session, which I like to do on my longer run days, which are on Sundays, just to get some volume in, because then I'm just not going into some high volume stuff to kick off the week. So I started off with some core, and then I did some prone leg curls to hit hamstrings, and then some front rack dumbbells for squats to just hit overall leg development, and then went into walking barbell lunges and just hit some other hypertrophy work. But I just wanted to get some volume in my legs, build up that strength, and assist in getting faster and stronger. Bam! All right, that's the workouts for the day. Alright guys, welcome back to the infamous Nick's Kitchen. And today we're doing my homemade chicken parm with some homemade pasta as well. This is what you're gonna need. First off, chicken. This is thinly sliced chicken breast, or you can get like chicken breast. Get a tenderizer, tenderize the chicken. An egg wash. This is 2 eggs and some water, just whisks up. And then the breadcrumbs we are using are these HEB panko Japanese style breadcrumbs. You're also going to need some olive oil. So we have olive oil in a cast iron skillet right now that's heating up. The oven is at 375 preheating. Need some fresh mozzarella, some marinara pasta sauce, and some oregano. First step is we have to prep the chicken. We're gonna then throw the chicken in the cast iron skillet to kind of just brown the breadcrumbs, and it's gonna go in the oven. You take your chicken breast or your thinly sliced chicken. You're gonna dip it in the egg wash, and then you're gonna come over here to the breadcrumbs and throw around the breadcrumbs a little bit, just like that. And then you're just gonna put it to the side until all the pieces are done, and then we'll put all the pieces in the cast iron skillet. So we're gonna do this first and then go to the skillet. So olive oil is now heating up on the skillet. It is smoking, so we're gonna go ahead, take the breaded chicken, drop it in. We're just gonna brown each side, and then as soon as it's done on both sides are browned, and we'll throw it in this dish.
As a staff that has a healing skill tree? That's a very good question. So, on the base class of clerics, they as well as bards will have direct healing effects.
I'll probably find out.
Bards will be much less, and the bards will have will be proximity based,
McConnell's going to be a bard.
to direct target or otherwise. The clerics will also be able to heal base. We tested this a little bit. Where did we test it? I think we tested it in our Castle Siege testing that we did with Phoenix Initiative. So in the Castle Siege testing that we did with Phoenix Initiative, we had action-based weapon skills that you could target, and I'm not sure which weapon it was. I think it was a scepter, that you could fire off heals in a direction, and that would hit your allies if you were grouped with them. We have not decided yet to implement that type of feature within the MMORPG. It was more on the action side, testing action-based healing skills. But to answer your question, the base archetype cleric will be the predominant healing force class with some supplemental healing that would be more over time healing or proc-based healing based on the action of players that's assigned to the bard.
That would be the case.
Okay.
Of course.
Oh, and one other component there is through the secondary class augment features, it will be possible for some base archetypes to augment their active skills that will grant either themselves the potential to heal or will have very mitigated healing for other party members also.
That's
and
good.
Just to give
a
context
little bit of
there,
hybrid
again,
classes.
the purpose of secondary archetypes and the augment system is to blur the line a little bit with the class roles. So while we're following a traditional Trinity type system in class roles, we are utilizing the secondary augment system to allow players to move the dial a little bit in one direction.
That's good. Yeah, subclass basically. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, Frog P asks, how will food consumption work in this game? As in, will they act as long-term buffs or something else? Super excited for the project. Godspeed, Intrepid. Thank you, Frog P. Appreciate that, buddy. So food consumption. Food consumption will act in certain ways. So first of all, the higher quality the food based on the cooking profession that a player excels in, the greater potential for the buff's duration. In addition, you can increase the buff that food gives through the furniture system that can be placed in homes. So for example, if you have a completed dish and you process that dish inside of, let's say, an oven that has to be constructed and placed within a certain grade home,
this
you
is like
can
real
increase
life.
the effects as well. Another thing is buffs from food can be proximity based also. So for example, if a player chooses to construct a tavern or a business on their freehold, they can offer food through that tavern, excuse me, that tavern And players who are visiting the area doing hunting quests can visit the tavern, eat food if it's available, and they will receive a greater buff that is proximity based. Essentially, if they hunt around that person's business, they will receive the benefit of the buff. Additionally, that business can be upgraded through the access of additional blueprints, as well as resources that need to be then poured into the building. And if they do so, that proximity radius expands. So it kind of like it makes your business, more popular and more known and have greater abilities.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I love the professions.
So you can be a restaurant owner in the game.
Adversary GG. Holy moly. There's a lot of question there.
God damn.
So let's see. Starting experience, artisan gameplay, and guild related. Let's go with one of these questions.
A lot of promises, just saying. Hey, it's worth being said.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll answer two because one's easy. Will players be required to play through the starting zone after coming out of the Divine Portal, or will they be allowed to branch out and proceed to other areas and content immediately? Yes, there is no railroaded driven theme park experience here. You will have the opportunity to create your own destiny in that regard. Which
I wonder if I get my mom to play this game.
You don't have to necessarily follow the quest line.
She made me
nor
food,
do you have
just
to
like in real life.
participate in events or experiences around the starting area. Now, it may be more beneficial to do that. And in that regard, I guess there could be a meta around doing that. But you could branch out, proceed to other areas, and do different content. It really comes down to, I had a question, I remember one live stream where players said, listen, day one, what's my objective? Well, because we have so many progression paths,
a good question.
That objective is really determined by your goals.
Level up.
And if you want to be the best guild around, then probably, I guess that's too broad a question. If you want to go with your guild and try to establish an area as a crossroad or an encampment far away from the starting area, you could do that. If you want to, get your adventuring class as fastly leveled as possible, you can do that as well. If you want to get a grab on the gatherables that are in the world and develop tools so that you get access to higher end gatherables
this is
first,
wild, man.
You can do that as well. It's really kind of your
even if half the shit comes true with this game.
Gameplay question section.
Oh my God.
What is the team's vision on the scarcity of resources for gatherers? Will these be one-time use resource nodes that are only tapped by the first player there, or will they be shared cooldowns on resource nodes? So,
that's a really good question.
The idea behind the resource system
that's a great question.
is a few different applications here. First of all, yes, there will be some resources that are one-time gatherables, and then will randomly spawn at a different location. However, there are also large vein gatherables, and this essentially is a system where a resource node will have multiple access to gathering from it. It will have a finite number, and this will likely attract a lot of players to kind of come and access that resource node. So, like a large mine that's
I do worry about that plus
multi-boxing in it, or a herd of some type of animal that you can collect fur or
kill all the deer,
wool from.
Get all
Those
the
will be
deer,
then depleted, and they will randomly spawn elsewhere. On the scarcity side, obviously there are going to be different tiers of gatherable resources that are higher end and will be more scarce, and will require higher end tools in order to harvest. Also, you can, based off of your advancement within the gathering tree, will provide you a greater opportunity to proc more rare types of resources.
Makes sense.
Okay, from the guild-related questions. And by the way, I apologize, I can't see chat.
That's good.
It's a little bit of a distance
It's a very
away,
good thing.
I
never
know
read
that
the
Margaret
chat.
And Sarah can ping me if they need to tell me something. Okay, guild-related.
Yeah, never. Oh, you fucking dumbasses! Don't.
So let's answer the second question here. One of the, because I answered the first question on the other two, we'll answer the second question. One of the issues a guild of our size has experienced during various launches has been server lockouts, where a server population reaches critical and a decision is made to lock the server, essentially forcing a separation of the guild.
Another great question. This happened with Classic WoW.
Of the guild.
Yeah.
see. Decision made to lock the server, essentially forcing a
I wonder if
separation
they'll do
of the
something
guild.
like layering.
While we understand the overwhelming loads that launches place on server infrastructure can't be predicted, at the very least, if there is a contingency plan to separate the population, will this be
We will have to
communicated well
worry
in
about
advance
this
so guilds
because
can
there'll be
plan
so many
ahead?
people in our
And
community
will
that
there
want to
be a
play.
server transfer system in place to help address this issue? So, first of all, you know, I was a guild leader of a very large guild, very, very large guild. And, you know, I built that community up over a period of
Where's my food?
14 years, 15 years. We had like, I think we had like 14,000 members or something on our mailing list at one point. And I did step, just to be clarified, so there's no conflict in interest, as a result of starting Intrepid and the Ashes project, I stepped down as leader and exited the guild, so there would be no conflict.
14K people, is that what he
said?
said?
To answer your question, 100% I understand the absolute travesty that occurs sometimes on new MMO launches when those types of decisions get made from the company.
Yeah.
One of the things that I would like to introduce that is going to be rolled out probably during the beta phases is allowing server reservations. And essentially this provides an opportunity for players who are parts of guilds to reserve their spots on the server. I think that
makes a
will
lot of
help
sense.
to mitigate the differences because
Classic WoW
let
did
me
this
just back up a second.
with like character reservations.
It's almost impossible to really stop the problem that occurs when a server becomes overpopulated at launch and character registration and character creation goes too high. There's really only one recourse that can be utilized, and that is the temporary closure of new character creation.
Yeah, that's what WoW does.
However,
with locking
I believe we
servers.
can mitigate that issue by allowing what is, essentially character slot reservations. Now, this would likely be utilized more so by guilds than that would be by solo or unaffiliated players.
Yeah.
And I believe that, the solo player, they may have friends that they want to play with. That's fine. They can also still with those friends do the reservation system. But the player who is just joining the game fresh and doesn't have a community that they're a part of, I don't think they really, mind in that regard.
It's not going to matter as much to
and will
them.
not utilize that system. So hopefully that mitigates some of the stuff. But let me tell you this. Obviously,
I think the streamer dynamic will matter.
as we go through testing, alphas and betas and whatnot, the importance of player feedback and ideas that come from the community, I can't stress enough why it is so important to spread the word for Ashes and get people who have experiences in other MMOs coming and talking to us, coming on the forums, getting on our Discord, getting on social media, and giving feedback. It is so important. And I'm not talking about, pre-ordering the game. I do not care if people pre-order the game. It doesn't affect it doesn't affect our project from a budget standpoint.
That's good.
Like I said, I'm personally funding the project to completion.
There it is.
That's not the issue. The issue is having people engaged and discussing their experiences and also giving feedback on our design principles. That's what's important.
Yeah, that's perfect. I like that a lot.
Yeah, I can't stress that enough.
Imagine feedback.
Okay, and to be fair, by the way, I get a lot of messages. I get a lot of, I read a lot of the Discord, and I go on Discord often and talk with people. I jump in voice chat sometimes. I watch almost every content creator who creates content around the game when I'm like getting in bed and holding my phone up and watching, and I fall asleep and my phone hits my face sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's my job to make sure I have a very clear understanding of the community sentiment as well as the community's feedback. So please go and talk about your experiences and give us feedback. It's very important.
That's really, really good. I'm glad he's saying that. That's exactly what I would want to hear.
Next question. From Sentinel. Question. Have you decided yet what happens to... Oh, sorry. I already asked that. Okay, here we go. Draco is the king. Is Draco the king? Are you going to capture one of the castles, Draco? Hopefully, we'll see.
No, I will.
I heard that.
No,
I heard that
fuck
the
that
character
idiot.
creation should be on the level
Yeah, it's mean.
of BDO character creation. I really did love BDO's character creator. I
agree with that.
I thought it was really
good.
cool, and I thought that they did a
Yeah.
great job in providing a lot of versatility to the player to customize
It was super
the
realistic.
character appearance. I think the one thing I would, as a player and as a developer, kind of focus on is maybe providing a little bit more confines to the racial appearances that could be done. But I thought that they provided really cool character creator. Will it have all of
Okay.
that or more
Fuck yeah.
options, such
That
as
sounds good.
sliders?
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
you're
they've
referring to a
confirmed
specific
boob
type of
sliders.
slider. And I would say that yes, there will be a slider in that regard. And additionally, there will be the goal is to have a character creator on par,
How
if
big,
not much
though?
better than what BDO provided. I really give a hats off to their developers in making that that character creator.
But how
They
big?
did a great job with that. Oh, one other thing about that. I really would love to give out early our character creator, and some games have done this as well. Give the character creator out early so that players can spend time making and customizing their character and then saving that character profile so that they're ready to go on day one and they don't have to spend time
They did this in WoW as well.
creating their character, and they can jump into the game very quickly.
Yo, if Steven wants to give it to me, I'll do it on stream.
I can't tell you how many
I can make like
times my
4
guild
hours
and
of
I
content out of that.
would be sitting in TeamSpeak or
Yeah.
Discord or whatever.
I would
or
do that
as
on
far as
stream.
I go back, Ventrilo. And we would be just waiting for the server to go live. It's live. It's live. It's live. And people would
4
joke and
hours
they
of
would,
boob
they'd say
sliders.
it's live and everybody would
Yeah.
freak out, and obviously they're trolling us. But
Yeah, he's a
the
real
goal
one.
I know there is to get into game as quickly as possible. And having that function, I think, is an important one with the
Yeah.
character creator.
That's great.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
Question from Efren and Verde about the inventory system.
Mm-hmm.
How limited will it be, and will there be ways to enhance the capacity? Also, what advantages does sending a caravan get over just coordinating a bunch of people to fill their inventories with materials and run to the goal?
That's a great question.
Okay, let's answer the first one.
That is a great question.
Initial capacity will be relatively limited. However, there will be specific items that can be achieved within the game based off of the progression of the node system, as well as certain quest lines that can be utilized to grant inventory slot expansions. It's important to note that because the inventory does include sections that are relevant both to quest items, the quest items will not fill your non-quest item capacity. That's one thing I freaking hate about some games, is where you'll have quest items that fill your inventory capacity that's non-quest items. So
that's like that shit in Mechagon, dude.
That is one thing I will say. And then the second thing
That is so good.
it's important to note
It's fucking
that,
annoying.
You will so the capacity that a character can have of raw gatherables or processed materials can also be expanded up to a point. Additionally, you will have a certain type of mule that can be utilized to carry additional goods that you can summon if you're going to, gatherables, if you can summon that and take that back to the warehouse depository. But essentially, to answer your question with regards to caravans have multiple applications. It's not just about transiting your goods per se. You could potentially transfer out raw resources and gatherables and try to maximize a number of friends kind of moving goods through the world. But at that point, you have to realize there's going to be certain risks associated with that. And the capacity to do so, you would need a lot of friends.
That's you guys.
To match the capacity that the caravan has.
Y'all are gonna have to
also,
bring all
caravans
my stuff
provide
around.
an ancillary benefit.
You know, like Xerxes
to
and the
just
300?
the transit of goods. There are quest systems related to successfully completing trade routes. There are non-player-driven caravans that can be utilized by
guys
the
always complain about me getting
towns,
carried. I mean,
to
come on.
establish trade relations with other nodes that require escort duties.
Yeah.
There is potential returns on transiting the goods you have to a node that has initiated a quest or a public works project for raw gatherables in order to complete certain infrastructures, and you may want to do that in exchange for a different type of resources. So there's a lot of unique benefits that are housed within the Caravan system that require its usage, not just the benefit of the carrying capacity, which far exceeds that of a collection of friends. Yes. Okay. Next question. From Jakuta TV. Good afternoon, Stephen. Good afternoon, Jakuta. I hope you're having a great day, my friend.
I am, thank you.
As we come closer to Alpha 1 and eventually Alpha 2, will we start to see more about the archetypes and the augment schools for each second archetype? Absolutely. You know, so there's two components to this question. One is we want to vet a lot of the design ideas, right, behind player feedback. That's what's so important. And on the flip side, we want to do so in a way that's structured as a rollout as we get into alphas and betas. It's important that you know, that information gets distributed to the players, but it's also important that we don't ruin the discovery feeling that happens with a new MMORPG.
Oh yeah.
As I've said in the past, transparency is a double-edged sword. On one side of that sword, at least when it comes to vetting our designs and being transparent with the development of the game, one of the sides of that is we ruin the discovery experience. You know, I saw a former designer from Blizzard. He did a review of Peon's video, which big shout out to Peon, to Lex, and to Unknown for helping with that video. But
Kevin Jordan, maybe.
The designer said, you know, at the end, he's like, I'm very excited for this. And he I believe he was one of the original designers for World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
it was great
Kevin
to hear him
Jordan.
say he was excited for this.
It's got to be him.
But he also said, I almost don't want to watch any more of the development because I don't want to ruin the launch for myself. And, you know, we have to be cognizant of that. It is an important point. While on one side of the sword, we want to vet our ideas, on the other side of the sword, we also don't want to ruin the experience for players. Now, alphas and betas, because we're not putting NDAs behind them, you know, yes, that does speak with regards to confidence in the product. I do have a great amount of confidence, and part of that confidence is actually given from you guys as a community. Essentially, you know, seeing how our philosophies resonate with you, it does give us more confidence, and that is great. But at the same time, you know, one thing we're doing from a lore perspective is not really revealing any of that lore, especially in the alpha phases. Now, as we get into the beta, you know, it's going to be necessary that those quest lines are implemented,
for it to make
they're
sense.
going to have, you know, the actual stories behind it. But in the alphas, you know, some of that stuff is going to be sort of placeholder, and we're okay with that. So, yeah, sorry. I'm very long-winded, in case you couldn't tell, and I apologize for that.
Don't. It extends my content. Keep it up, please.
You know, that are up here about the,
yeah, that's
the
great. I
game's
love long-winded
designs.
explanations.
So bear
I just
with
get to
me.
sit there.
Yeah. Margaret reminds me often that I need to move quickly through the questions.
Wrap it up, Domi.
Question from, let me refresh maybe. Should I refresh? Yeah, I should probably refresh here. It was on Wembley. Maybe it will be on Wembley.
Maybe I should just buy another one of these cameras.
Let's take a look.
I don't know. It's like $2,000. I don't want to spend that money.
Thanos and a meme.
Unless I have to.
Yay. I don't want to kill anybody. Unless they have something I need. No, sorry. Okay, Wembley. Let's see. I don't know where you are, Wembley.
You imagine hearing that on a Blizzard broadcast?
Okay, here we go. Question from the Clo. Hey, Steve. Whoops, I probably shouldn't put that in front of the mic. Hey, Steve, how is it going? It's going well.
12 years ago?
Chloe.
That's a good point.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, Jeff would have said
my
that.
question is there a chance that the monthly subscription fee will be adjusted to other countries? I am from Brazil. Hello from Brazil. Or actually, I'm from the United States. Hello from the United States. WoW costs USD $14.99, and that would cost the Brazilian currency $77 exchange for us. But for us, the price is adjusted, and we pay a $28, which is a $5 fee. So yes, that's called price harmonization. That's pretty standard in the industry. when it comes to,
$77?
Essentially a part of the localization process and distribution process in foreign territories.
That's big
and
money
I say
for that
foreign
many
with regards to the
dollars.
United States, to harmonize the price for those territories. That is
Yeah.
something that we will be doing with Ashes of Creation with regards to the subscription fee specifically. However, it's important to note that price harmonization will only occur when the servers are segregated from different territory servers. So
Oh.
for example,
Okay.
a Brazilian player, if they were a subscription
Brazilian
based,
servers.
they would have to pay that Harmony price for the Brazilian servers.
That works really.
Same
That
with
I like
regards
that.
to,
Yeah,
other potential.
that's much better.
Other potential.
Because like there's like lag and like tons of other problems. Like not even
Question
like language
from
barriers,
Gunman
which is like tons of lag.
Dude 2. Will the defensive capabilities of settlements for sieges differ depending on the race? For example, the Dunir look to have more fortified locations. Absolutely they do. Then the Nakua. You know, the Nakua really need to get on top of that.
Yeah.
So would it be
Fuck
harder
'em.
to assault a Dunir city rather than a Nakua
That's
city?
a really great
So
question.
the defensive capabilities of cities from a design perspective cannot really take into account the race. That would be an unbalanced feature and would create likely a
meta?
an imbalanced population skew for the servers with regards to race. What that means is essentially
Yes, that is big. That is
settlements
a
have
big
a standardized siege process, and their defensive capabilities are almost wholly determined by the direction that those citizens take.
One has
with
wood, the other
election
stone.
Or, excuse me, with the election process of the mayor, who
Yeah.
has the ability to direct treasury funds generated through taxation and or completed quests that are initiated by the
I'm the one
by the
taxing,
town,
by the way.
to direct those resources
mayor.
into defensive capabilities or growth capabilities. Essentially, that's a direction that has to be determined by the community itself.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to elect to spend those treasury funds on defensive things, you're going to lose out on the growth things, but you'll be a stronger city to withstand assault if necessary.
That works really well.
And
I like
if you
that.
elect to grow your city more, you will likely lose out on the ability to direct funds towards the defensive structures, such as
That is
strengthening
good.
the walls or the gates, or having
Yeah.
defensive traps available, having defensive siege equipment
I'm about
upon
that.
the barricades.
I'm about that.
The ramparts, having essentially. Oh, one other big thing is the reliquary. The reliquary is essentially a status symbol of achievements that the citizens have. Some of those can be utilized as area of effect buffs that are granted when deployed during sieges as well. So that's another important aspect of defensive posture.
Okay.
Okay,
That's cool. Yeah.
Corrupt cactus.
That's awesome.
How does a cactus get corrupt? That's a good question.
If it's a different
okay.
color.
So, hey guys, super excited to see this project develop. And I wish you the best of luck.
If it's a different color.
Thank you. I do have a few questions, but I would also like to give my opinion on some topics. Okay, well, let's do the question. Okay. Who gets the drop from world
Great
bosses?
idea.
So essentially, when a raid is formed,
Great fucking
the
idea.
leader of the raid that is in charge or formed the raid has the opportunity to set loot distribution settings. And
master
that
loot.
can be a wide variety of available options, including specific loot master, and essentially they're going to determine how that works. Now, if you have two competing raids,
Yeah.
that's going to be done essentially off of a tag and DPS system.
Yeah.
So tagging the target will grant a slight benefit to DPS done, and then a DPS against
Yeah.
the target is going to determine the looting rights, so to speak. So, for example, if you tag the target, you may only need to do 40% of the damage done, or some plurality thereof, to achieve looting rights. If you don't tag the target, you may need to do 60% of the damage done.
I think BDO kind of has a system like that. I'm not sure though.
Loot system that is
That's cool.
you know, is fair.
That makes
and,
sense. It's a smart way to do it.
Addresses all kind of situations.
Yeah.
So
it's weighted
that's a
one way or
topic
another.
that I love to get feedback from other MMO players.
No, I guess I might have
and,
misunderstood it.
Get your guys' ideas on those things as well.
Yeah.
That's a great topic to get ideas from. Okay, I'm just going to stop it at that question because I see it's a very long post.
Yeah,
okay,
fuck
here we
'em.
go. Next question.
Yeah, fuck 'em.
The Pie Face. Hey, I have 4 questions. All right. Well, let's
great.
take the first one. Anytime I look up the combat in this game, I end up with footage of the Battle Royale Apocalypse mode. Is the combat in Apocalypse the same as the action combat in the MMO? Okay, so to give some clarity
That's a good
on
question.
the Battle Royale mode, for those of you who are new and want to kind of understand what was the reason for the direction of the Battle Royale, essentially what we're trying to create in Ashes of Creation is a hybrid system of action and tab targeting. Now,
Which is
obviously, they
ideal.
have very different
I
tempos
think.
and speed, and it is difficult to mirror what feels like a comfortable pace for those two very different types of combat.
Yeah.
Early on, and I'm talking like 2017, we got a lot of feedback from the community when it comes to combat, and rightfully so. I mean, combat is
That's what
the
it's all
most
about.
tactile component of
Yeah.
an MMORPG.
It's the only thing
what
that
you
really matters.
You know, aside from the systems and mechanics,
Only, but it's one of the big
combat
things.
is what you must get right. It must feel good.
Yes.
It must be fluid. It must be mobile. That is a very important component of a successful MMORPG experience. And
Yes.
it's a very iterative process. One of the most iterative processes when it comes to developing a game.
True.
And the feedback we got very early on in the project was that, hey, this combat is not fluid. Hey, this combat, doesn't feel good.
Yeah.
And we needed to really test how to implement action combat and get metrics on essentially projectile data, hit scan data, hit boxes, area of effects,
They just
templated
need
types
more
of attacks.
information. That
Those are
makes
all,
sense.
components that we wanted to collect data on, in addition to vetting the back-end systems that we had developed, from the matchmaker to the concurrencies, to the net relevancy and number of players that the server can manage, to the culling and rendering
I'm so fucking sick of
algorithms,
this shit.
the optimization of our environment and terrain, the optimization of our character appearances. All of those are pretty fundamental that really we wanted to vet early on. So a battle royale is a very easy mode to create. It doesn't really take a lot of design
Sure is.
in order to implement.
Just kill all the
But it
dudes.
does provide a testing ground to kind of feel out those things.
Makes sense.
And we went down that road to
Sounds
test
good,
those things,
makes
and
sense.
luckily we did, because we found a lot of systems and a lot of back-end stuff that we needed to rework. It would have been far more difficult had we waited until the alpha phase of the MMO to rebuild some of those fundamental back-end tech.
And that makes sense
so,
too.
The reason why you're seeing the combat in Apocalypse and how that will differ significantly from the combat within Ashes of Creation is because it is a purely action-oriented. That was the system we wanted to test in its purity.
So there was no
it is
tab
going to be
targeting.
representative of a pure action type system, which is not going to be wholly representative of the hybrid type combat that we want to have in the MMORPG. Now, Alpha 1 will
right, that makes
contain
sense.
that hybrid type system, a very bare bones and early iteration of it, and through the data we collect by our players participating and giving feedback and watching the design metrics and the backlogs, we will utilize that to change. Now, one thing I'm going to say, and I'll actually reiterate this at the end as well. Game development is very difficult, very difficult. It's especially difficult for an MMORPG, and it's especially difficult for an MMORPG that is trying to be as ambitious as Ashes of Creation is. Now, the more difficult the development
I can see
process,
that.
the more patience necessary on the side of the fans and the community. You know, we're doing this in an open
So things might be a
atmosphere
bit
and a
fucked.
transparent development process. But part of that is,
we're
is
used
an
to that.
expectation on behalf of the players, not only to give feedback, but also to have patience in that regard. What I will say is, as a commitment from the development side, we're not going to go down the path of scope creep. I have a very, very, very clear vision of all of the systems, designs, and mechanics that are present within the game, and we're sticking to that vision. And
Makes
we're
sense.
not adding additional features and prolonging the development due to that scope creep, you know, as we have may have
That's
seen
smart.
with other, you know, other developments. No,
They've
I'm
got
not
a
trying
lot
to
of
dig at
shit
anybody
they've
else.
gotta
I'm
do,
just
though.
saying, you know, that is something
let's
we're
be
very
real.
aware of.
That's
we're
a
very
lot of
cognizant
shit.
of, and that is a commitment we make. So in exchange for that patience, we promise not to incorporate that scope creep.
Yeah.
Okay. Mike E.G. says, "Hey Stephen, thanks for doing this AMA. Thank you for participating, friend.
You're welcome.
As well as doing the interviews with Summit and Asmongold recently. I really enjoyed those interviews. They were impromptu.
Yeah.
I actually had no idea
Yep.
that they were going to review
It's about
the
me.
awesome video done by Peon.
Yep.
And I'm a very kind of action-oriented individual. I believe in seizing the day, the carpe diem idea. And you know, I am unabashed in reaching out to people and letting them know, hey, if you're interested, I would love to discuss things. You know, it's Ashes of Creation is my life at the moment. So, you know, who doesn't love talking about their passion in life?
It's a really good point.
So, with that being said, I did enjoy those interviews, and I appreciated very much the time that those streamers
Likewise.
and other streamers who have a very large audience that have the capability of giving feedback have to say. They really have increased my excitement for the game, and I've been following for a long time. Cool. Regarding open world PvP, will a player's health and level be a mystery to me before I engage in a fight? Follow up. So first of all, the level will
Probably
not be a
not,
mystery.
right?
The
Yeah.
level will be known by targeting the player.
Yeah.
The
That makes
health
sense.
pool, however, unless you are in a party or a raid or a guild, you will not be able to see the health pool of the target. Instead, that will be somewhat obfuscated. When you target the character, their nameplate will have a quality. And based on the loss of health percentage-wise, that nameplate will start to degrade. And you will get an
Okay.
idea of the damage and or status condition of the target, but you will not get granular data that tells you exactly what their health pool is.
So this is like
I think
classic
that's a very
WoW.
important component when it comes
They have the exact
to,
same thing.
obscuring somewhat the threat
Yeah.
assessment and or status condition of players. I think that makes things more interesting.
I'm half and half on this.
And I think that it is going to be a very fun component when it comes to PvP.
Yeah, I'm half and half on that.
Yeah, second part of that question. I heard leveling will save some
It's good in
time.
some ways and not in
I like
others.
this a lot. I do too. I
I
think
like
that
knowing,
it's
but I
important to have
also-
systems in place that
I don't really like. I don't know if
it's
that's
important to
better.
have systems in place that have varying degrees of progression difficulty. And with the
Yeah.
adventuring class, I feel comfortable that a time investment should reap an equitable reward.
Which makes
and that time
sense.
investment should be relatively significant.
True.
The question asked, what power difference can we expect to see with a small level gap, say 2 to 4 levels?
Oh,
Particularly
that's a
for
really
PvP,
good
will power
question.
difference be more reliant on gear or levels as
Holy
we level
shit,
up?
that's a good question.
I would say that the power difference is going to be somewhat equal between gear and levels. One thing I cannot
Okay.
stand about MMOs is that they apply a dampener to damage done or abilities if a target is outside of a certain level range. And that includes both PvE and PvP. If I have a skill that does 1,000 damage to a target of equal level, I don't want my skill to do 0 damage to a target that's 5 levels above me. I like the idea of batting outside of my weight class. I think that's a
Holy
cool achievement
shit,
factor.
there it is, dude.
It gives me motivation to
There it is,
try
dude.
more difficult things. When I play, single player RPGs, I love Iron Mode. I think Iron Mode is awesome. And I think it's awesome because there's real consequence to trying something and real reward if you succeed. The same, I guess, principle
like if you
can
die,
be
it's over.
applied
Yeah.
to essentially your experience as an MMO player within a world that is, you know, fraught with danger and mysterious in what
Knows what
lies
the
behind
fuck's up,
this
man.
corner.
Yeah.
And if you're going to take that risk, you should be able to perform at the right capacity and reap a reward.
Yeah.
That is cool. Okay. Next question.
Smart.
Great answer.
Arthean. You want to make travel matter.
Big,
Or
true,
sorry,
and
you
so
want
real. There
travel
it
to
is,
matter.
dude.
Sorry, I was making sure that I wasn't being told something on Slack. Let me just make sure that everything's fine with the stream. Okay, looks good. Okay, you want travel to matter, but you also mentioned that you'll have a family fast travel system. Doesn't traveling matter go out the window when players set up family links with their guild? So again, families are, I'm sorry, let me read the last part of that. What system will be in place to prevent this? Yes.
Because you can
So
teleport
it's
to your
important to
family.
note that there's a cooldown period between a person leaving a family and joining another family, and that period is in the matter of days. That's the first thing. Second of all, the summon system is contained wholly within the family unit. So for example, if I have a family size that's possible of 8 members, the same as a party size, and I want to summon one of them and they summon the others, right? My party can, make it to dungeons and PvE content relatively quickly, but I won't be able to then summon someone else in the guild who's a part of another family, right? So they'll have to either have a representative that's present there as well. The idea behind fast travel not being prevalent in Ashes is it's a mitigating factor to the Zerg mentality. So essentially, in games I've played, where you can open a portal and everybody can jump through the
You
portal
just have
together,
the boys pop up
it becomes
like the
very
Kool-Aid
difficult
Man.
for players through the use of subterfuge to avoid Zergs. And that's because if they get wind of something, or somebody sees it, or they have an alt logged out, or whatever, they can very quickly open a portal and get everybody together and then port out and stomp on your fun.
Right.
Now, that's not to say that political intrigue will not play an important role. If I have a spy in a guild, and I know that guild is running essentially a trade run through the caravan system, and I know the time, place, and numbers, then I could set up a trap. I could set up my people to move to that location. It'll take some time. We want it to take some time. We don't want the ability of a Zerg to quickly port places. The family summon feature addresses the concern of players being able to log on and go with their party to complete PvE content, but also provides a mitigating factor to the mobility of large groups of people. So that's my reasoning.
It's a balance, but
that's my reasoning on that.
This seems fine.
And again, feedback is very important. Tear my systems apart, please. Give me reasons,
of course.
And post on our forums or Reddit. I enjoy reading that stuff.
All right, how about that?
Okay, question from Adversary GG. Because of the cooldown after a successful siege defense, false flagging could become a viable strategy. Okay, so real quick, with regards to the sieges of nodes, anyone may participate in that siege, which means, as long as you're not a citizen of the node or an alliance member, citizen of an allied node, anybody can come up and participate. The idea behind a false flag is, let's say I want to undertake the quest process, which is substantial.
Right.
So from a resource standpoint, you will have to invest significantly in attaining the siege scroll. And then if you lay down that declaration with the intent of not having an organized group of people, I'm not sure you're really mitigating the false flag there. Because let's say there were a group of people who wanted to siege, and you beat them to laying the declaration down, you can't exclude them. They can still come and participate in the siege. So it's not really going to be capable And if there wasn't a group of people who wanted to siege, then you're not really false flagging anything. And you're actually opening the door for people who may not have been interested prior after having done most of the legwork.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't think that that is going to be a false flag type situation.
Okay.
Okay.
That's really complex. Like, we'll see what's going to happen.
Do Geist 1337. You know,
Yeah.
I used to live in, I grew up a little bit in Indiana, and I lived in a place called Geist. It was very interesting,
How
outside of
about that?
Indianapolis. And then I moved back to California. Born in San Diego, came back to California after that. Little side note. So to give context to the question and what I pray the answer will be, I want to preface it by saying I'm a huge fan of necromancy. I think necromancy is cool as well.
Oh, shit.
You know, not in like a undead way, but like a, well, I guess mostly in an undead way. Specifically, the raising
yeah.
of fallen enemies.
It's the only
as your
kind of way
personal
necromancy works,
undead.
right?
Because of that, I've played the class in every MMO. Okay, you really
Yeah.
weren't kidding. And the raising of fallen enemies, it has been available with the pinnacles of this style of necromancy, being those from Diablo 2 and Path of Exile. This given that minions in these games are relatively strong, albeit balanced, when comparing to the classes numerous within reason.
Imagine
and
thinking
most
Necromancer's
importantly,
been balanced in
permanent,
PoE.
until the player's defeat or their
Not
destruction.
recently.
And so the question is, does the philosophy behind Necromancy class match this going into Ashes of Creation? More importantly than anything else, are the zombies, skeletons, etc. going to be permanent?
That's a good question. That's a great question,
so
actually.
First of all, the way that summoning works is players have active abilities as a summoner to summon a particular type of
You
summon.
have them up all
And
the
those types of summons that you can summon will be adherent to the Trinity class system. So you will have a more tank-oriented type summon available to you, as well as a more support-oriented type summon and a DPS type summon. So you kind of want to choose which one you're going to use at any given encounter based on the necessity of the encounter.
That makes sense.
As you apply the cleric secondary class and have available to your summon class active skills the augment of life or death, you're going to radically change the type of summon that you can have for each of those roles.
Okay.
And that's going to take on, obviously, the subtype undead. So skeletons, zombies, and a more different horror type undead. Are the summons permanent? So when you make the summon, it is not timed. It will exist until it dies, or you log off, or you... Don't tell people to buy the game. They don't have to pre-order the game. Sit back, watch, but tell them to get involved. Spread the word for Ashes of Creation. Go out there and tell your friends that you're excited
Is
about
this a
this, or
religion
you
we can
like
opt
the
into,
ideas.
like
If
the
you
game?
do, and tell them to come join the Discord. Follow our social media. Come and be a part of the forums. Get out there and help make Ashes a reality, and a good reality that takes into account that feedback that I'm talking about. It's so incredibly important that consumers use their voice, and the way you do that is by engaging, and that is what matters. I know that people love my passion. I am a very passionate MMO player. I've been playing for a long time. But honestly, it comes from the heart.
Very good.
I want us to succeed, and I want the community to have a game that is going to make you proud and is going to make us proud. So again, I appreciate you guys jumping in. I hope that this was as fun for you and gave you guys some more information. Tune into
Plenty
our
of
live streams. We
content
do them
for
every
me.
month.
Hey, it sounds
I
great.
believe we have it next week on the 31st as well. We show constant updates and constant development progress. We've done it every month for the past 3 years, and you can see this game grow and become a reality. Guys, I thank you for tuning in, and we love you from the studios, and we appreciate your support. Have an awesome weekend.
Bye, Steven. Bye. 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 Ooh, wow. I don't think that's what phoenixes sound like in real life, is it? I don't know. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. That's what they should do, McConnell. They should give you like your own in-game thing. They can sound sample your Re and just make that the theme for their whole company. That'd be perfect. Good. Yeah, that sounds great. So obviously this went really well. I think almost everybody here was hoping for pretty much everything that he said.
Bro, did you hear what he said about scaling?
Yes.
Did you hear it? Dude.
Yeah, that was a huge fucking relief to see. Obviously, this does not necessarily mean the game is going to be good. And
I've been using OneNote for a few years now. The main reason was to become more organized. You see, I'm constantly thinking of tasks I need to do. I have ideas for new videos. I need to write down the name of a new app someone just told me about. I ended up collecting these in different places, and none of them were being synced. A lot of these disappeared into a black.
Regardless of how many productivity books we've bought and haven't read, or how many of Matt and Tom's videos we've watched, we all struggle with procrastination. But procrastination is nothing new. 10,000 years ago, the ancient Greek philosophers even had a word for it, akrasia, meaning to act against our better judgment by doing one thing, even though we know we should be doing something else. But despite its ancient history, it's probably even more prevalent today as we live in a world full of distractions and perfect procrastination temptations. So, how do we overcome it? Hey friends, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, my name is Ali. I'm a doctor working in the UK, and on this channel, we explore the strategies and tools to help us live healthier, happier, more productive lives. But even for a self-professed productivity guru like me, one of my biggest struggles in life is overcoming procrastination. So why do we procrastinate? Well, I'm very glad you asked, because procrastination is the perfect example of a thing called present bias. Present bias is this idea that I can set whatever goal I want for my future self, but it's my present self sitting here right now that has to actually do the action to get there. And when it's a choice between doing some exercise or watching some episodes of Hunter x Hunter, we can always say, well, I'll do the exercise tomorrow, and our present selves will always prefer the short-term instant gratification of watching random anime rather than the long-term goal of becoming a Gymshark athlete. A 2013 study by the famous researcher in the field of procrastination, Dr. Tim Pitchell, called procrastination the primacy of short-term mood repair over the long-term pursuit of intended actions. In other words, procrastination is more about being focused on the immediate urgency of managing negative moods and pushing the problem away rather than getting on with the task in the present moment. The weird thing is that at certain times we can't afford to procrastinate. Like when I'm at work at the hospital, I can't just put off treating someone until tomorrow. The idea of delaying it because I don't feel like putting a cannula in does not even cross my mind, or so I tell people. But when I've got the space and freedom to manage my own time at home, I can always just keep putting things off until the next day. And like rationally, we all know that procrastination is objectively bad for us. Like for me, one of my biggest fears in life is being shackled to a job that I might not enjoy. And I know that right now I'm at the age and I've got the opportunity to not procrastinate and build towards a future where I've got the freedom to kind of do what I want, and procrastination is actively holding me back from that. But the good news is we can do something about it, and there is a simple formula to overcoming procrastination that I've discovered over the last couple of years, and that's really helped me personally in, fighting the procrastination battle. Firstly, let's talk about motivation. And there was a blog post that I stumbled across a few years ago that was a real paradigm shifter for my mind in terms of how I think about motivation. Like, I used to think that you need motivation to get something done, but actually, it's the other way around. You get stuff done and then the motivation naturally follows. And this is something that Jeff Hayden talks about in his book, The Motivation Myth. He talks about, we've got this idea of motivation all wrong. He says motivation isn't something that you have, it's something that you get. He says that motivation's not the cause of action, it is the result of action. So it's like action comes first, motivation comes second. And so the way that I think about it is that I try and scrub the word motivation from my vocabulary, and instead I think about it in terms of either discipline or in terms of habits. Discipline is energy that we've put into the system. We're using our willpower, we are being disciplined, we are doing the thing. But then once we do the thing often enough, it becomes a habit, and we don't need willpower to do habits. Like I don't need willpower to brush my teeth every night for the most part, but I do need discipline to get up and go to the gym, because going to the gym has not yet become a habit. So part one of this formula for overcoming procrastination was understanding motivation. The second part is about understanding momentum. And the key insight here is that most of the resistance that we feel when doing a task is just in the act of starting. This idea of resistance is discussed by Steven Pressfield in his book, The War of Art. He describes resistance as a universal force that has one sole mission: to keep things as they are, preventing action, creativity, and progress. In other words, resistance provides the beating heart of procrastination. But as soon as we cross this action line, then the pain of procrastination begins to go down. And so the idea is that it's not doing the work that's hard, it is starting the work that is the problem. It's kind of like if you had a ball at the top of a hill. You can't get the ball moving unless you physically push it. But once you've pushed it, it starts rolling down the hill and then momentum carries it forward. And so if I feel like I'm struggling with procrastination, I know that the real problem is just in that initial push. It's just in getting started. And I've got 3 rules that I try to use if I'm struggling to get started with doing something. Firstly, we've got the 2-minute rule. The 2-minute rule is a concept put forward by productivity guru David Allen in his book, Getting Things Done. And the main idea is that if you have a pending task that can be done in less than 2 minutes, then you should do it right away. And so if I'm procrastinating from doing something that I know is going to take less than 2 minutes, I will try my very best to just do it. And I will have this mantra that no, I must follow David Allen's 2-minute rule. So if it comes to, I don't know, refilling my water bottle or, putting a coffee mug or a bowl away in the kitchen and washing it, I know all of that's going to take less than 2 minutes. And so I kind of force myself to just do it. It's the 2-minute rule, but if it takes longer, then I'll write it down. But clearly there's stuff that we've got to do that is obviously going to take longer than 2 minutes. So we can't trick our brains into thinking, oh, it's fine, it's only going to be 2 minutes. And that's where the 5-minute rule comes in. The 5-minute rule is simple. It's that if I'm finding myself procrastinating from something I have to do, I tell myself that I'm just going to do it for 5 minutes. Some people call this the 30-minute rule, 20-minute rule, 10-minute rule. It doesn't really matter. The point is we're tricking our brains into thinking that all we want to do is do the thing, do the work for a certain small amount of time. And so when I was procrastinating from filming this video, what I told myself is, Ali, all you have to do is shoot the introduction. It'll take 5 minutes and then you can stop if you want to. But here I am, 3 hours later, still struggling to film the video because the problem is in getting started, not in continuing to do the work. Other than the 2-minute rule and the 5-minute rule, the third rule that I like to follow is the mind activation rule. And that is if I'm feeling like I'm in a slump, which usually happens directly after lunch or in the evening when I've come home from work and I really can't be bothered to do anything, I'm procrastinating from filming the videos or whatever I need to get done. And the mind activation rule is that when I recognize that feeling, that kind of haze in my mind that's like, oh, I can't be bothered to do anything, at that point, I need to do something to stimulate my mind. If it's before 2 p.m. in the afternoon, then I will make myself a cup of caffeinated coffee. But if it's after 2 p.m., I like to use a non-pharmacological method, and that is by doing an online course over at Brilliant, who are very kindly sponsoring this video. If you haven't heard, Brilliant is a fantastic platform for maths, science, and computer science courses. The courses are super interactive and they've got lots of problems along the way. So the idea is that they teach you a little bit of something and then they do an interactive kind of problem to help activate the mind, to get you out of that procrastination slump, and you learn something along the way. I really enjoyed working through the computer science courses on Brilliant. They've got a fantastic introduction to computer science, introduction to algorithms, and also more complicated topics like neural networks, machine learning. And they also have a very good course on the basics of Python and also on advanced Python, Python being the world's most popular programming language. Brilliant works across all platforms and it's the perfect way to kickstart your mind into learning something useful while also overcoming the productivity slump. So if that sounds up your street, then head over to brilliant.org/Ali, and the first 200 people to click on that link in the video description will get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So we've talked about the simple formula for overcoming procrastination. Firstly, it's understanding motivation. Secondly, it's understanding momentum. And then we've talked about 3 rules for getting out of the slump. So the 2-minute rule, the 5-minute rule, and the mind activation rule. If you want to hear more, you should definitely check out my book club video about the motivation myth. It is pretty good.
Hey everyone and welcome back to the Shadowlands beta. Today it's going to be pretty fun actually. So what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to look at Covenant abilities, the best and the worst, some highlights as well, and we're just going to put the drama aside for now and kind of just look at them as is. Basically, it's all just to help you, and I guess us as well, get to grips with the sorts of abilities that we'll be getting in Shadowlands and just like what scope Blizz actually has for them, and then also the developing conduit situation, which really is something that could throw a spanner in the works of of all of this, I'd say both for good and ill, so it's pretty interesting. Now, do you want to support the channel? Well, Patreon is the best place to do that. It massively supports the content that we're doing, and on that, I'm actually just about to put up a vlog explaining our content plan, and of course, you get the big old pack of loot every month. This time, it's a slice of our native Ireland. There's the rest of the art pack as well, and of course, the Warlock class pin. This is going up the end of July, though, so there's not too much time left on this month's stuff. So, patrons, thank you for all your support, and with that said, let's go and let's dive into these Covenant abilities. We're going to kick it off with the best. Now, like with our legendary video, which you should watch if you're interested in this one, well, these are not necessarily the strongest, but these are the ones that we think are just the most fun to use, right? The things that are actually just the most successful as designs, and that can be fun gameplay, just feeling really strong, or being thematically cool. Basically, the stuff to get excited about. And we'll start it off with Scouring Tithe for the Warlock Kyrians. This basically applies a single target dot, and if the target dies with that dot active, you get 5 soul shards, and if the target survives, then the cooldown refreshes. That's a really simple mechanic, right? But it adds this like other ability, just a layer of gameplay. It's another thing to be tracked and used effectively. And I think that's just something that's kind of exciting. It gives you like another little angle of your Warlock to play. And it successfully meshes into the resource system of the entire class, meaning that it doesn't really feel out of place anywhere. And it also counts as a dot, by the way, for the sake of Malefic Rapture, so it's also a bit more fun with the Affliction Warlock. So, there's a good example. Let's do another one. Echoing Reprimand. This is for the Kyrian rogues. Now, this does damage to a single target, and it grants you combo points. But importantly, it anima charges one of those combo points. Now, it's not really clear via the tooltip, which is a bit unfortunate, but it basically marks one of your 5 points as anima charged. And essentially, as an example here, if it marks slot 4 as anima charged, then using 4 combo points on a finisher would actually make it do 7 points worth of damage, because you're using that anima charged 1. Now, the buff lasts for 45 seconds, and that means that you've actually got plenty of time to play around with this correctly, and, just sort of to do it naturally. And that means you can hold it back for your Rupture or your Between the Eyes, something like that. Now, this is nice. It's not extremely difficult to use or gameplay changing, but it does actually just give you that nice little moment of having an extra little thing to think about, and I think that's pretty cool. Next one that might be controversial, and that is Fodder to the Flame for the Demon Hunter Necrolords. So this summons a weak demon for the Demon Hunter to kill. Now, it takes a bit of damage to get down, but once it goes down, it drops a pool on death, and that pool gives you 20% attack speed and 10% damage taken reduction. That's pretty sweet, but also, because it's a demon, and you might have forgotten that this mechanic even existed, but because it's a demon, it also drops a demon soul, and that gives you 20% extra damage for 20 seconds, alongside the usual, which is pretty sweet. Now, this doesn't really belong in the best category for purely a gameplay perspective, because it's more than a little fiddly with pool placement and having to actually kill a demon, but it's one of the most thematically strong, right? And it also uses an existing but underutilized mechanic in Demon Soul. So actually, we quite like this one when we played around with it, though I could totally see how you might not like it that much in realistic gameplay scenarios. Then moving on, Primordial Wave for the Shaman Necrolords. It's a single target ability that either hits an enemy and applies Frost Shock or heals an ally. Now, it also, though, makes the next Lava Burst hit all enemies with Flame Shock, if you're elemental, and it makes Lightning Bolt do the same for enhancement. And then for the rest those, well, it applies Riptide to the target when used to heal, and it makes your next healing wave hit all allies with Riptide. So pretty cool sort of set them up, knock them down situation. Now, this is another example of an ability that just fits really well into existing class mechanics. And for me, that's when something stops just feeling like a general ability that's not that exciting and starts to feel like something that actually meshes with your spec. I think that's really key. So Flame Shock, right? That's a critical part of Elemental, and it can actually be for enhancement as well with a talented legendary combo. Now, it's not super exciting, yes, but it does highlight existing, big shaman moments, right? Throwing 3 to 4 lava bursts with one cast is just something that feels really good. Makes you feel like a warlock doing those, sort of cleaved chaos bolts. It's just a cool moment. So this one, we actually quite like for all of those reasons. It fits into the class quite nicely, uses your spec mechanics, and also it's really cool to use. 4 lava bursts, that's pretty sweet. Then next up, we've got an interesting one. That is Fey blessings for the Night Fey priests. So for this, right, it makes your next 10 spellcasts grant allies bonuses based on the spell you use. So Power Word shielding allies actually gives them 2% mana or 20% of whatever their resource is. Then using, say, Flash Heal or Shadow Mend reduces their damage taken by 10% for 15 seconds, which is kind of perfect if you're in this, like, triage situation. Then using an AoE heal or Void Bolt, in the case of Shadow, well, that will reduce ability cooldowns of up to 5 allies by 3 seconds. Now, in a world where pure damage is the intent, say, pumping up an Arms Warrior with, with lots of rage during an Execute window or a Surrender to Madness Shadow Priest, with that is actually pretty darn cool. Otherwise, it's some access to unique support. It'll be very hard to use optimally, but I think it'll be fun to see priests actually partner up and do some wild things with these extra, resources and cooldowns. So certainly an interesting one, and I think that level of interest is what gets it a place here. Now, you might be thinking there's one or two downsides related to you being stuck with this one forever, and, well, let's just say I'll talk about that in a little bit in this video. The next, I'm inventing an award on the spot, and that is called the Cool in Isolation Award, also GCD change. And that goes to Vesper Totem for the Shaman Kyrians. So this is a totem that radiates damage for the next 3 damaging spells that the Shaman casts, and radiates healing for the next 3 heals that they use. Now, this is kind of a perfect totem, right? It works for both damage and healing, and because it radiates, you can actually sort of position it, and when you use it well, it actually feels quite nice, and it sort of fits the hybrid niche of this class. It's a pretty satisfying one to drop, actually, especially when combined with, say, an instant chain heal from Enhancement's Maelstrom Weapon, or as an Ellie Sham, say, using an instant chain.
What's up, everybody? I hope you enjoyed the episode brought to you by our sponsors at Athletic Greens. To receive a free gift with your first purchase, visit athleticgreens.com/impact. Enjoy the episode. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Impact Theory. Regardless of what's happening in the world, I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to never, ever, ever, ever stop exercising your mind. Learning is going to be the thing that pushes you forward. So today, we are going to highlight some of the remarkable past guests that we've had that have been deemed the new thought leaders by Success Magazine. And on this special episode, we are hoping that you guys will take the information because it will shape and improve your life if you let it, because these people are the very people defining what personal development truly means. So get ready, buckle up, have your mind open, and behold our first guest, the one and only, Gabrielle Bernstein. One of the things I want to talk about, and this is one of my favorite ideas that you have, is the notion that between you and feeling better is a decision to stop feeling bad.
Big one.
Which gets into neurochemistry for me and like the ability for us to consciously shift our moods.
Yeah.
How doth one do that?
Well, first let's address the viewer or listener out there that's like, well, I'm depressed, or I'm broke, or I'm chronically ill. How could I decide to stop feeling bad, right? Let's just be real with that one. And I want to give an example of what that meant for me in my own life. And so recently, about 5 months ago, I just was diagnosed with postpartum depression, anxiety, and insomnia. Having authored 7 self-help books and having to really fall to my knees and realize that there was something really happening here. And the reason I was able to find the right resources and doctors and even medication that I needed to live, to survive, to not do difficult things to myself, was because of this method, because of this belief system. Even in my darkest moment, even in the deep depression, I was able to say that each day I could reach into what was a better feeling experience. So
you would think through what that looked like?
I would celebrate the good stuff. I would say, okay, I slept 1 extra hour last night, or thank God I have a husband in childcare that can support me through this period. Or I am opening up now to the possibility of taking medication if I have to. So even just leading myself proactively into a better feeling thought. Even if that better feeling thought was still kind of low vibe, it was better than despair, right? And so it is reconditioning your brain functioning, but it's also a spiritual act, because when we have those moments where we say, I'd like to see things differently, that's actually a prayer, right? And the more often we do it, we change the neural pathways.
You talk about thoughts taking form. I find that really interesting, and I'm, this is a terrible way to say it, but I'm glad that you went through something so profound.
Me too.
Because
Me too.
I think there's a lot of legitimacy then that's lent to that, because
Me too.
so Lisa and I, a dear friend of ours, his son just committed suicide,
Yep.
and that shit is so scary to
Yep.
me
Yep.
that you sort of believe that that neurochemistry is going to last forever.
Right.
And if you're not taking steps to get out of that, whether it's going and seeking professional help, getting medication, and certainly spending time to remind yourself that these things are ultimately changeable one way or the other, it becomes a sense of despair, like you said.
Yeah, and I think that you're making a really good point, which is that I am glad that this happened to me, particularly now that I'm feeling much better. But I can look back and say, okay, that was divine work. That was intended. That was no accident. Because now I've been speaking for 15 years on spiritual topics, but I was never fully. I was probably part of the stigma. I was looking at my audiences and saying, like, someone would be like, I'm depressed. And I wouldn't ever in a million years say, get off your medication, or like, that was not my style. But I would say things like, well, you need to deepen your meditation practice. And there is actually a point where your meditation practice just doesn't work. And that was the case for me. It's like when you're dealing with a biochemical issue, your tools will no longer work. And that was exactly what happened for me. And I love that I can speak to that with authenticity. And I love that I can really, really look at mental illness with so much more compassion, understanding, and education than I would have had I not been through this myself. And to speak publicly about the fact that I had to go on medication right when I was about to launch my 7th self-help book, and that it saved my life.
Our peers in the locker room, in the school, after school activities, whenever a peer or other boys are telling you, don't fall down, don't cry, don't show emotion, don't be any type of word we want to use here. Don't be a little girl, don't be a whatever it may be. All you want to do is be accepted in this little community of your peers when you're growing up. You want to be accepted. And if you stand up to the peers, your group that you're in, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to rise above this, and I am going to show my emotions, and I am going to cry, or I am going to not bully the other people like you're bullying them. I'm not going to laugh at that kid because that doesn't feel good. But when you get outcast for trying to be a good human being as a 7-year-old, 12-year-old, 15-year-old, from teammates, bandmates, classmates, whatever, you don't want to be alone as a kid. Feeling isolated as a child, from my mind, is the scariest thing, because that leads to depression, which leads to drugs, alcohol, suicides, prison. I witnessed this firsthand, what it was like feeling outcast, and the thoughts, the conversations I had with myself by feeling alone, going to the principal's office, and every time going to the principal's office when I would get in trouble, I would say, I wish I were dead. I was like, I have no friends. Why am I even alive? I wish I were dead. I remember saying this, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade. So for me, it's like, okay, I need to put on something to be accepted by people. I need to be the biggest, fastest, strongest so that I'm accepted on a sports team. I need to be able to get a girlfriend so that other guys think I'm cool and they'll hang out with me. I need to be able to make money so that I can take people out and pay for their lunch and dinner. I need to be able to be driven enough so that I'm accepted in society. And I think that's the challenge. It's hard to feel like I have these morals and ideals, and I'm gonna stand up as a 7-year-old boy and screw the world. This is who what I am, what I stand for. I don't care if you don't want to be my friend. I can do it on my own. We don't think that way growing up. We want to just feel accepted and loved and just be a part of the class. And I never felt that way. And so I was driven to be part of my class, my team. Now I grew up very loving and supportive, but I also grew up driven with these masks to try to be even more accepted because I was afraid to be alone.
So how have you learned to read your emotions, to not just give in to them, and to have the same kind of high degree of, consciousness around how you shape that as well?
One, revisiting it a lot. But let's give a framework to what you're talking about, and then we'll drop into the emotion piece. I love that you keep saying it's simple. And for some people, they don't think that way. So it's not simple. So let's give them a framework. Number one, what we're really talking about here is contemplation. Really thinking through and using the power of thought of what you want to be like, what are the skills you want to deliver, what's the service you want to offer to the world. Number two, the consistency of action to not only create that in your own body and your own mind, but start creating that result in the world. That's really important. Number three is courage, because it takes courage to put yourself out there and try to get a little better. Like, it was even just laying in bed, visualizing myself doing something on stage that was way outside my boundaries of like comfort, like walk across the stage really fast, like walk down to the audience and give high fives and, say something strong, or, admit something or share something vulnerable. Like, that's courage. That's scary. But the other thing is, I think that you and I have always had, which sometimes is undervalued, is we also had community. We had other people around. You had Lisa, I had Denise. We had people in our industry or our peer set who we looked up to, or who we could learn from, or who we could be like, this sucks, this is hard. And for me, coming back to your emotional element, that has been everything for me. Community. Having people in my life who I can, when I'm on the road for X amount of time, or I'm dealing with a super hard client, or we're rolling out a leadership program to a Fortune 50 company, or I'm doing my first major deal with Oprah Winfrey Network, and I don't know what to do. I am so incredibly fast of asking people what to do. I'm also incredibly fast in sharing how I feel about it. Being like, I feel really awkward about this. I'm unsure. I'm having a lot of self-doubt. How would you deal with it? Like, I'm somebody who expresses his emotions all the time. My frigging tagline is bring the joy. Like, everybody knows that. Why? Because I want to make sure people know we're going to create this energy. Because emotion is not something you have, it is something you generate. Emotion can be an impulse, but feelings is our interpretations of those impulses over a period of time. And I said, I want to feel vibrancy, joy, love, connection, satisfaction, fulfillment in my life. So I'm going to learn to generate those emotions. How do you learn to generate the emotions? You read psychology. How do you learn to generate the emotions? You try. Like, you're just like, we're going to have date night tonight. I'm going to make it a fun night. I'm going to make it a fun night. I'm going to do things to see, can I make people laugh? Can I make people turn their lights on? You learn to control your own emotions and or deal with them in better ways as you decide to be a more mature person.
One of the chapters in your book, if I'm not mistaken, it was the last chapter, is about legacy.
Yeah.
How do you think about legacy? Personally, I don't think a lot about legacy. I think a lot about phases of our lives. So I fully resonate with what you're saying about walking around the graveyard, which I would fucking love to do with you someday. That would be surreal. But how do you conceptualize that? Do you have markers in your head about what you're striving towards? Like, how deep do you go in sort of the, like, we're all headed to the grave?
Yeah, I don't get to the particular parts of it, like, like how my funeral's gonna be set up. That creeps me out. So I don't get that in depth, but I do think about, like, the question that I ask myself, and it's come up a lot more to me, and I haven't figured out why, but I ask myself, like, what really matters? And there's a quote by Bob Goff, and I'm probably not gonna get this right, but he said basically, like, his biggest fear was like being successful at the wrong things. And the quote is like way more beautiful than that, but I'm paraphrasing. It's like, I used to have a fear of not succeeding, but my fear now is succeeding at the wrong things. And I think about that a lot. Like, what's really gonna matter at the end of my life? And I literally prioritize my life around that.
I heard you say something once you want to talk about, I'm gonna butcher one of your just insanely eloquent and beautiful quotes, but you said, you're not a success unless you're a success to your family.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really interesting. Something, because I don't have kids, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about, but I do think a lot about what my wife thinks of me. Like that's a far more powerful motivator to me. And then you talked about how, basically, how do you feel about yourself? And if you don't feel good about yourself, then you've got some fundamental flaw that you need to address. How do you help people begin to take stock of where they're at with themselves?
Reality. So I have a rehab process, and the first R is reality. It's facing your reality. Too many people run from it. You know, my quote is, you'll never win your war by running from your battles. And so you got to step up and you got to face it. I don't care what it is. It might be something in your past. It might suck to face it. For me, it was facing that my dream was over, my identity. So for somebody watching this, it might be a relationship, it might be a job, but I kept running. And the thing about it, like, you can run all you want, but reality is going to be right there when you stop, and it's going to chase you. Or even if it doesn't chase you, it's going to be right there. You have to face it. So I really let people know that acknowledgement is power. People think if I acknowledge that I'm hurt or I need help is the most powerful thing that you can say. And I realized that in my life, because immediately you have people that are going to help you and grow your life. Exposing yourself, like in a positive way, obviously, but expose yourself. We think that we always have to be so sheltered, that we have to be so strong, especially with the social media world. It's like, oh, I have to have everything together. That's like a silent depression that's gonna happen. When you suppress things like that, when you smile for the camera but die behind the scenes, which I did so well for so long in my life, you're never gonna fool the person that you see in the mirror every single day. So I've gotten really comfortable with saying, I suck at this. I need help. And literally, in my business life, in my personal life, in the last year, it's been the greatest year of my life, just by asking for help and exposing my weaknesses in certain areas.
One of the things that I resonate so much with your work is your own ability to get through something, to walk through trauma, as you talk a lot about, and to help other people walk through trauma. One thing I think would be really powerful, I'd love to hear, like, the story about your brother is extraordinary. I'd love to hear how you walked through that.
Yeah, so my older brother Ryan was paranoid schizophrenic, had severe depression that started, he was 3 years older than me, and I don't have a memory of him being sick when I was little. He was just my big brother, and but as I think about the time that he started to go through puberty was when it started to really manifest, and my parents tried everything, like every therapist, every doctor, and it just, for a myriad of reasons, just didn't work. When he was 17 years old, he shot himself. And I had gone into his room to ask him to give me a ride to school that day, and I found him. And that, you know, at 14, like that kind of trauma, I for years, I mean, I think the years after he died, I don't even have a very clear memory of, because it was so much weight. I had, and still do have some effects, but really severe PTSD from that. Terrified of, you know, any loud noise, still super sensitive to sound, and had really bad insomnia as a young adult, and all of these things that I didn't understand were the result of what had happened that day. And it was horrible. My childhood and family life was never good, but that decimated everything. I mean, there was nothing left of our family when that happened. And I really destroyed both my parents, and have never recovered from that. And honestly, now that I have children, I understand. I don't know how you come back from that place, but I was also the baby of 4, and I was 14, and it did feel very much like, aren't I enough of a reason to keep living? And I never said that to them, but I definitely felt that way. It's also why I, you know, graduated high school a year early. From right after he died, like I started taking every class that I could and got the credits that I needed so I could graduate early, and I moved to LA at 17 to get out of the house. I didn't want to be in that place anymore. And I think at the time I had convinced myself that if I could just get to a different city, I think a lot of us do this, we think if I could just move to New York, or if I could just get to LA, or if only I could lose, 50 pounds, or if only I could have this, or you think that your happiness is dependent on something outside yourself. And for me, I thought, I just need to be out of this town. And then I got to LA and realized oh, that's just geography. It doesn't matter where you go, I'm still always going to be here. So I think for many years I just tried to survive it. But I will say, for all the ways that my parents struggled, something I think they did really well was they made me go to therapy immediately, and they forced me to go often for years. There were so many times that I sat in the therapist's office and said nothing for an hour, arms crossed, screw you, I'm not gonna say anything. But having someone in your life, I'm a huge advocate for therapy, having someone in your life that won't cry if you tell a hard story is really important. If you are someone who's always sort of shouldered the weight of things for your family, or kind of been the one that takes care of everybody else, you don't share your hardships, you don't share your struggles because you don't want anyone else to hurt. And so now I'm surrounded by all these people who are hurting, and I can't tell them what I saw, and I can't tell them, all of the things that I'm struggling with. But a therapist for me was a lifeline, because if I told them those things, they didn't know Ryan, and so it didn't hurt them to hear, and I needed that desperately.
What's up, guys? I want to tell you about our sponsor, Athletic Greens, the all-in-one daily drink to support better health and peak performance. Even with a balanced diet, it's difficult to cover all of your nutritional bases, especially when we're talking about micronutrients, and that's where Athletic Greens will help. Their daily drink is like nutritional insurance for your body that's delivered straight to your door. Developed with a complex blend of 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food ingredients, Athletic Greens is a greens powder engineered to help fill the nutritional gaps in your diet. Their daily drink improves your everyday performance by addressing the 4 pillars of health: energy, recovery, gut health, which is so important, and immune health. Packed with adaptogens for recovery, probiotics and digestive enzymes for gut health, and vitamin C and zinc citrate for immune support, Athletic Greens is an easy, all-in-one solution to help your body meet its nutritional needs. Their highly absorbable powder is diet-friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free, all in a drink with less than 1 gram of sugar that tastes amazing. There are a bunch of people here at Impact Theory that are using Athletic Greens, and they absolutely love the taste, and quite frankly, the fact that they can get the micronutrients from a whole array of vegetables without having to actually buy or cook them. So whether you're looking to boost your energy levels, support your immune system, or address gut health, now is the perfect time to try Athletic Greens for yourself. Athletic Greens is offering our audience a free gift with their first purchase with a minimum value of $20. Simply go to athleticgreens.com/impact to claim this special offer. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/impact to get Athletic Greens, which is all-in-one nutrition with 75 highly absorbable ingredients. All right, guys, give this one a shot. Stay in tip-top condition. And until next time, my friends, be legendary. Take care.
As you were talking just now, I thought, God, is his secret power that he doesn't judge himself? Do you feel like you judge yourself?
I don't. That's a very, very, very good observation, and it's what I want for everybody else. We're beating ourselves up. Everybody sucks at something, right? We all have shortcomings, and we all have strengths. And for me, it's why don't we just audit that? Why don't we just look at it that way and be all right, well, I'm good at this, but I'm not good at that. And then I only focus what I'm good at, right? I don't dwell that I can't fix shit around the house. I call somebody to fix it. I'm not I'm not a man. I don't give a fuck. I don't get it. We all I also think it's awesome that I'm so emotionally stable and I'm the emotional backbone of everybody. Is that what a dude's supposed to do? These cliches, these stereotypes, they're so silly. You're exactly right, man. I don't judge myself. I'm fully in love with myself. But I'm also fully in love with everybody else too, right? It's not it goes both ways. I tell people to buy into me, that work for me, it's because I buy into them first. I don't need anybody to gain trust with me. It's there. I believe that the human race is so grossly underrated. We are good. Of course we have some bad. There's fucking 7 billion of us. But like when you look at our net score, it's bonkers shit. Like, do you know how much damage we could be doing to each other on an hourly basis and we don't? Like, we're still here. Like, we won. We're the alpha being and we've figured out how to stay together. This is insane when you think about it. And yet everybody wants to dwell on like somebody said something mean.
What I love is in that though is your whole concept of nobody's ever let me down. So this is what I always tell people about. The things you're ever gonna hear me say will always be consistent with exactly what I'd say if you woke me up in the middle of the night and then punched me in the head. Because it has to be so real, it has to be so fundamental to who I am as a human being that I'll give you that answer even if I'm dazed and confused, right? Just because that is my fucking North Star. It's like my true foundation. And hearing you talk about how no one's ever let you down, it's like
to me, it's just binary. Like unless it's complete death blow, death to me and my 17 people that I give a shit about, like everything else is super secondary. And let me tell you something, if you actually get into that mindset, it gets real good. Like everybody like makes these big deals out of things that just don't matter. It's perspective. You know, my selfishness comes from my selflessness. Like it's what makes me feel good. I see it in my mother. My mom is the epicenter to every single person in her life. Her sister-in-law, her cousins, aunts, everybody goes to her. That's her comfort zone, me too. Ask Gary Vee, like this is my comfort zone. Like I like this. Like I hate when people are like, what can I do for you? Like I say nothing. I don't want anything. I hate that feeling. I went into my family business because I felt like I owed it to like pay them back. Those are my parents. So if that's what I feel about them, what do you think I think about everybody else?
what are some of the most interesting and useful lessons about creativity you've pulled from the book?
The first that comes to mind is setting really low expectations. And I'll tell you,
not what I was expecting.
Not what a lot of people expect. And when I spoke to, say, Paulo Coelho, who's sold 100 million plus copies, The Alchemist, etc., you talk to Rick Rubin. So let me give his example first. When he has a musician who's stuck, great musician, but they've developed performance anxiety about songwriting for whatever reason, he will say, do you think you could get me one sentence or maybe 2 words that you like by tomorrow? That's it, 2 words. Can you do that for me? And he gives them a micro assignment. Best writing advice that I probably ever received, and I've received a lot of good writing advice, but I can get myself really wound up because I expect perfection to flow from my fingertips like magic, and that never happens. So then I beat the hell out of myself, and that makes me less likely to put pen to paper in the first place. I'll procrastinate, which is why if you write 2 crappy pages per day, you've won the day. That's a successful writing day. And that does a few things. It helps you to maintain enthusiasm because you're constantly winning. And of course, on many days, you'll write more than 2. You'll get to 2, then you go to 5 or to 10. But if you're on an off day, you write 2 crappy pages, even if you never use it, it's a successful day. And that, I think, for longer term projects and extended creativity is really important. But the story that this writer told me with that tip, he said, okay, this is where this comes from. Did you know that IBM, when it was the 800-pound gorilla, it was an undefeatable sales force? Do you know what one of their rules was? He's like, no. He says, well, what do you think their quotas were? And I was like, well, I'm sure their quotas were really high because they wanted to motivate their guys to get after it. And he goes, no, their quotas were the lowest in the industry.
Wow.
And the rationale was we don't want our salespeople to be intimidated to pick up the phone. We want them to feel like they're going to pass their quota quickly, which they did, and then they shot well past it and clobbered the competition. So the counterintuitive pairing of low expectations leading to higher performance is really odd, right?
Well, so let's ask the obvious question then.
Yeah.
So, as somebody who's had a lot of employees at the, at the height I had, over 1,000 employees, that feels dangerous.
Yeah.
And it feels dangerous, and I think I have my own answer, but it feels dangerous because some people, especially when an organization gets that big, they're looking for a place to hide, and you give it to them.
Yeah. So I think that the winning combination is selectively low quotas on a daily basis with high expectations for metrics on, say, a quarterly or annual basis. So you're tracking the numbers, you want them to hit home runs, but it doesn't have to be one at bat. I think it's also very context and role specific. But if we're talking about creativity in particular, right? So not necessarily work output, the approach, there are a number of prolific writers who have said, Neil Strauss said this, there's no such thing as writer's block, which drives me crazy. Because I'm like, come on, like, you might be a mutant like X-Men of writing, but for the normal humans, come on, like, give me a break. And he goes, no, hear me out. Number one, he is a trained journalist, and journalists tend to have writing block beaten out of them because their boss is like, oh, you can't find the right prose for your 500-word article? Oh, get it in by 5 o'clock, asshole. You know? And they're just like, oh, wait, this isn't school? And they're like, yeah, deadline. That's your incentive. Writer's block my ass. And he's like, oh, okay. But he said, and what they learn is, he said, there's no such thing as writer's block. He said, what that is performance anxiety that you've imposed on yourself because your expectations are too high.
There are 3 questions that you get asked a lot. What are they?
Ooh, the big one is, how do I find my passion?
Okay, and you can tell me I need you to answer each one of them.
Yeah.
But if you want to run through what each of the questions are, and then we'll go back. Or...
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll just do them as they are.
Perfect.
So how do I find my passion? My simple model, which...
Another major change then is between the eyes. It now debuffs the target, which means that basically it's like a damage window. So this basically adds between the eyes to your rotation all the time. Get stuck in. All right, let's kick off today's affairs with the Death Knight. With 2 fairly reliable melee DPS specs and a self-sufficient tank spec as backup, they are rarely a bad choice as a class. They're never going to get their Wrath of the Lich King levels of strength back, but they are generally super solid unless you like moving fast. Death's Advance still does ensure you don't go below 70% speed, but you very rarely go above 100%, so yes, you can feel rather left in the dust. The Shadowlands changes don't shore up this weakness. Instead, though, their strengths are improved, though I guess you will be getting some more movement abilities via your Covenant general ones like the Ardenweald one. Anyway, there's Lichborn, Anti-Magic Zone, and Sacrificial Pact, which are there across the board for the DKs. That should be great, give you more ways to stay alive. So hopefully then they will feel just a little bit more like the inevitable death that they are trying to portray. With that, let's get into the specs. Frost DKs have not seen a huge amount of change, but they have got some new toys. So there's the ability to use a 2-handed weapon. That's going to be really nice. I'd say mainly for just the transition between specs, right? Like you've got a big Unholy 2H, now you can use it as Frost. That's pretty cool. Then Hypothermic Presence is a new talent that halves runic power cost, and thankfully is not on the GCD. Frostworm's Fury going baseline is also a helpful change, I think. The variety also of the new runes that you can forge gives you some, at least theoretically, interesting choices, which is kind of cool. As for how it feels, though, I mean, yeah, it's not really that much different. You know, you're spending your runes on Obliterate, your Runic Power, and Frost Strike while using your Howling Blast procs, your Pillar of Frost, and Remorseless Winter as is necessary. You know, it's what you're used to. It's far from exciting, and the lack of baseline AoE spenders can be quite frustrating, but I do think it's a satisfying enough spec. I mean, making use of Pillar of Frost, stacking strength by timing hits alongside any talented abilities, that's, you know, that's enough to keep things interesting, I think. It's not super deep, but it's just, you know, a solid core that's pretty fun, I would say. Now, it does, however, have some historical balance concerns with talents, and this is where, of course, Breath of Sindragosa appears. Now, I think that running Breath is a really fun playstyle, but also feeling locked into that, well, that often doesn't really feel that good, because if you mess it up, you really are punished, and sometimes you want freedom to not have that playstyle. Now, aside from that particular nuisance, Frost should feel pretty good in most scenarios and content. Its main weakness, of course, is the lack of movement and the lack of some combat utility, but those aside, it is a satisfying, solid choice, and I think it continues to be so in Shadowlands. Next up, we've got Unholy. So, it's got Summon Gargoyle baseline, that's pretty sweet, and that means that their bottom talent row has been revamped a bit. There's nothing mega substantial for from a gameplay perspective there, but definitely having access to Summon Gargoyle default is going to be pretty sweet. Then Army of the Dead making Apocalypse summon in the Magus, that's like a nice little flavorful addition there. Then Unholy Pack, that filling the empty slot, that is a little bit lackluster, I will say, and it bolsters the power of Dark Transformation by adding Strength and including the Hell Chains Azerite trait. So I guess there's that going on. Overall though, with this, I'd say that Unholy basically just feels like a mildly improved version of the BFA one. Now, losing Festermite, that is a negative, although I suspect its popularity means it will return as a legendary effect. Of course, can't guarantee that though. In any case though, expect them to be wild in AoE, just, not as wild as they were before. Now, as far as it, just playing in general, keeping up your Virulent Plague while creating the wounds and then popping the wounds, I think that's a really satisfying base, and I think that doing so while making use of Gargoyle and Apocalypse feels great, and that's where the strength of baseline Gargoyle really does come into play. Now, their AoE is also really nice, although having to talent into Epidemic is kind of a pain there. Now, there is a bit of a ramp up in applying your wounds before popping them, but I think the payoff of popping them, like all at once in AoE, I think it really is quite great indeed. Unholy, therefore, I think is a strong spec in many situations. It's got some similar strengths to Frost, but it's also then got the really, really good AoE and Burst. Now, the weaknesses are also there, right? Like, it does take a little bit of build up, and of course, it still is a DK, so it doesn't really move that fast. Now, target swapping with this one can be a bit frustrating because, of course, you've got that need to build up the wounds before you pop them to do the deep, so there is that baked in. But overall, I'd say that, if being a little bit slow and bringing little except for Death Grip and AMZ, if that's not an issue for you, then Unholy is probably one of the most enjoyable picks in this video. And also, hey, you're playing a Death Knight in Shadowlands, so it kind of just fits, doesn't it? Havoc Demon Hunter. Do we really need this segment? Look, I mained a Demon Hunter in 8.3, and frankly, I think the Demon Hunters are basically just completely overpowered, and I think that's just going to continue because it's kind of baked into how Blizzard designed them. So yes, you know what, play a Demon Hunter, there's little reason not to. In all seriousness, right, like we've not seen much of a big change, right? Immolation Aura, that's now baseline, which is kind of a nice addition, but then the extra Fury component, that's still on the talent tree, so you haven't really gained that much. Now, in terms of other things like Blur, it got nerfed to a 20% damage reduction down from 35. That'll certainly be felt. It's still got the 10-second duration on a 1-minute cooldown with 50% dodge, though, so yes, it's very strong still. Then Demonic Appetite, that to a point, which is a returning Azerite trait and Legion legendary effect. Now, Demonic got a 2-second nerf. That's definitely going to sting. Not really a fan of that. Soul Rending giving only 5% leech baseline and 25% in meta. That also means their survivability is going down a bit.
Test. Test.
Hoi.
Yo.
Wauw, Discord werkt.
Nou, ik heb al herstart daarmee.
Oké. We gaan het proberen. Ik dacht er ineens aan. Ik heb vorige week 2 access points geïnstalleerd om betere wifi te hebben over heel mijn huis. En dus ik heb die een keer uitgezet. Je weet nooit dat die soms gewoon pieken en al mijn internet wegzuigen.
Potentieel.
We gaan proberen. Ja, vorige keer jongen. In het midden van de arena freest mijn game. Oh, manneken. I was mad. Mad lad.
All enemies within 8 yards take 8% increased magical damage. Dat is goed voor u.
Wat gaan we spelen?
Zeg maar.
Ja. Mijn priest is echt gewoon, ik heb level 120 gedaan, Hearthstone echt gedaan.
Wil je hem spelen of niet?
Maar ik weet niet die pre-quest, wat moet je daar verder allemaal doen?
Geen idee.
Oh ja, want als ik eerst al die zones moet compleet gedaan heb, fuck it zijn, hè. Ik ga niet al die zones nog voor dat laatste beetje van de expansion dat we nog hebben weer een keer helemaal gaan doen. Dan level ik liever gewoon al mijn vengeance dat ik misschien wil spelen op. En dat was de reden dat ik hem 120 heb gemaakt. Dat als een expansion hit, dat ik gewoon kan kiezen wat ik ga spelen.
Oké, ik zijn dingen aan het loggen zijn met de druïde.
Een dodo, ik heb met een demon hunter. Ik baal nu echt dat ik zo een deel van mijn ventjes op Daggerspine heb staan en een deel op deze.
Wat maakt dat uit, uiteindelijk?
Ja, wel als je wilt gold of gear doorsturen, hè. Of materials.
Ja. Ja, super handig. Ik heb al mijn venkjes in 1 guild zitten. Mijn eigen guild.
Ja, praktisch.
Ik was aan het gaan voor mijn essences er juist. Ik heb nu... Ik weet welke 4 essences dat ik nu wil hebben. 2 daarvan heb ik nog niet. 1 moet ik halen... de Unbound Force. Moet friendly zijn met de Unshackled. Dat zijn ik al, denk ik zelfs.
game was nu al frozen. Waarom?
Ja, dat zijn ik al. En deze... Ja, moet ik Mythic Dungeon 3 nog doen. Dus het is toch niet beter?
Ja, dus mijn Home is 25 ms, World 294.
Ja, dat is echt fucked, hè.
Geen idee wat het is.
Je hebt gewoon een kwartier in wacht gestaan of wat ben dinges.
Mhm.
Niet normaal eigenlijk, hè. Dat kan toch niet zoiets? Oh, ja.
Ah, hij wint. Nou, weer een Fries. Maar ik snap niet, kijk, ik had weer een freezing game. Dat kan toch niet met een internet te maken hebben? Normaal gezien als je internet slecht op WoW het toch geen freeze is, dan je gewoon even dat eventjes niet meeladen, maar jij zelf freeze toch niet?
Inderdaad.
Dus dat ik niet goed snap. Gezien mijn system settings, base settings. Ik ga alles op low zetten misschien?
Nou ja, ik weet dat is zo.
Low. Low. Ik gewoon alles. Low. Low.
Atolia. Star.
Texture resolution. Fair. Ben eens benieuwd. Instant freeze.
Dat was dus niet.
Ik ga proberen WoW opnieuw installeren misschien. Terug op mijn D-schijf zetten, dat misschien mijn C-schijf aan het fokken is.
Dat kan, dat had ik ook.
En dan ga ik het er even afsmijten. Dat gaat vrij snel, hè. Al mijn settings blijven die behouden als ik een nieuwe install doe.
Ik heb gewoon Ctrl-X, Ctrl-V gedaan, denk ik. Letterlijk. Denk ik, ja.
Gaat dat?
Ja. Dat duurde wel even natuurlijk.
Dat is niet leuk, ja. Echt niet.
Ah, ik heb 10 mana pearls nodig. Balls.
Waar kunnen er instellingen instellen eigenlijk? Nou, hier. Setting. Game install and update. World of Warcraft. Use different folder. D. Battle.
Ik had me doen, blijkbaar een redelijk goede quest hier. Hè. Hello, friend.
Jara and her loyal subjects are the worst kind of monsters. We have to stop them here and now.
Do you know a huge guy made of water has an army of elementals? He's
Ik moet even een deleten.
keep him waiting.
Want normaal een game zoals WoW, dat zou toch niet mogen gevoelig zijn aan even package los, denk ik. Hè? Want ik heb een pingtest gedaan naar google.be en om de minuut heb ik 1 of 2 keer een package los.
Oh, dat is niet echt veel.
Nee, hè, dat zou toch voor WoW geen probleem mogen zijn. Hè?
Dat is misschien echt iets met WoW het probleem dan.
Zien. Dus op de D. Ja, ik heb hem nieuw installeren. Hè. Even gewoon, ik ga het ook gewoon opstarten spel zonder add-ons.
Ah ja,
Gewoon-
dat kan ook, fuck ja, dat is waar.
Want ik had ze wel geüpdate, ik heb mijn drivers geüpdate. Maar het stomme is, ik had zelf gisteren, als ik met mijn druid aan het levelen was. En dat is wat dan in gebied van jaren geleden, grafisch geen kloten, amper mensen in de buurt, dus... Ja, misschien in-game of ja... Toch iets van hardware dat me fucked of zo? Ik zou niet weten wat.
Oké.
Ook al gepijst misschien een keer een format te doen.
Dat is nooit niet slecht, hè. Eens een keer... Dat is ook wel even geleden, denk ik, een jaar of 2. Huh. Moet je minder porno kijken, nou?
Dat kan ook veel doen, hè. Oei. Maar wat moet je anders doen als we niet kunnen gamen?
Ja, dansen dan Night Elves kijken, hè.
Ja, nee, eerder de Bloodlust dan.
Dan weet ik het wel, kijk, dat
Yep. Elke soort armor, jong. Jij trolls dus.
Ja, ik kijk daarop. Sorry.
Ja, zolang als je maar niet constant Taran speelt, is maar goed zeker.
De Roer speelt Mailtorrent.
Allee, dus terug op de D-schijf. Welkom back, mega lange loading screens.
Oké, wat was dat? Nummer
Now
3 van de 4
playable.
essences.
Play!
Ja, na essences, wat is er dan nog te doen? Ja? Dat is eigenlijk gewoon letterlijk gieren, hè. Allee, gewoon je gier nog omhoog halen, hè.
Wat bedoelde je met de essences? Je SRI trades?
Nee, essences. Op je necklace kun je ook zo 4 essences pakken, 1 major en 3 minor.
Oh, wacht even. Mijn muziek staat mega luid van WoW. Loop music. Oké. Oeh, shiny. Oh, ik wil een ander ventje kiezen. Moet hem beginnen te downloaden. Hier komt de... Ja? Nee? Nou.
Oké, het enige essence dat ik nog moet halen voor
Mhm.
rank 1 is die fucking mythic 3 plus drop. We kunnen ook nog levelen.
Eerst zien of dat het te spelen is vandaag.
Ja. Lol.
Nee, want ik kan me echt niet frustreren. Gewoon nog met level ook, jong. Gewoon 2 keer een freeze gehad als ik juist een rij aan het doden was. En gewoon dood met die priest dan, hè.
Ja, dat is ook...
Want dan sta je natuurlijk 2 keer of zo in die frontal cone of zo. Ja.
Shaki.
Dit. Buiten dispersion en niet echt veel ja, survival dingen, hè. Of ja, het wel je shields, je heal. Maar dan zie je niet eens gefakt, hè.
Den jaar fucked. Ik heb een arena skirmish nu nog niet gewonnen. Ja. Ik ben de hele avond al aan het proberen, maar...
Nee?
Ja, ik heb een klote gekregen de hele avond. Hè.
Ja, hè?
Ik hoor er wel dikwijls lijgen, maar dat is misschien met downloaden nu.
Ja, WoW is nu aan het downloaden.
Oké, laten we het daarop steken.
Ja, nee, je ziet ook mijn game is nog aan het laden en je ziet de 2 balkjes dat aan het downloaden is.
knie kriebelt. Fuck it, is het eigenlijk veel gehad, ja. Nee,
Ik wou het juist zeggen, die had er ook een beetje last van aan het jeuk tussen de knie.
Ja. Ga ik nu wel doen. Ja. Ik is naar een OG gaan.
Naar een Ogrimmar.
Ogrimmar. Beetje op de bank zitten ze. De gildbank. Ik ben eerst bij een handelaar geweest, want ik moet nog een paar items zo, hoe noemt hij al, zo kapot maken.
Scrap.
Ja.
Scrap.
Scrappen.
Dat vind ik wel iets goed dat ze hebben toegevoegd in deze expansion, die Scrapbot.
Ja.
Vind ik wel.
Ik weet niet nog effectief wel meer goud eruit haalt of niet, maar... Dat zal wel zeker.
Ik denk het wel, hè, want ja, zeker het begin van de expansion. Dan neem materials dat je kunt auctionhousen, hè.
Ja. Ja, doe dat ook nu, zo auction als gewoon direct.
Ja, ik ook. Maar het erge is dat je meer gold verdient met materials van vorige expansions als van een huidige expansion. Ja. Maar ik ben mijn ventjes aan het levelen en dan alles wat ik tegenkom van materials zet ik dan te koop. En dat verkoop ik meer als de gemiddelde, als oors bijvoorbeeld, van een expansion nu 1 gold.
Maar geen klote waard wat daar
Ja.
komt, what the fuck.
Corium oor, hè, vanuit de Burning Crusade. 800 gold per stuk. Per stuk. Dus ik heb me gewoon met een hunter op deze rellen een keer 1 rondje gevlogen in Nagrand. 10 van die oors geloot. Kaching!
Serieus?
Ja. Dat is blijkbaar iets, een materiaal dat je nodig hebt voor een bepaald zwaard of zo te craften. Dat heel gewild is bij transmogfreaks. Ja.
Handig.
Ja, ik vond het ook wel grappig om te weten. Eigenlijk stom te weten gekomen. Ineens stuurde Trottel mij een berichtje. Je hebt toevallig op een alt of op een bank nog corium oor staan. Dus ik ga kijken, nee, hoezo? Ja, ik vertik het om 800 gold te geven op het auction house voor 1 oor. En dan moest hij iets van een 14 hebben of zo. Dus ik ga opzoeken, waar dropt dat? En even gaan farmen. Ja. En hij was blijkbaar al 2 uur aan het farmen, had amper iets. En ik had vrij veel geluk eigenlijk. Ik heb hem ze dan wel gegeven, maar ja. Ik ben hier een beetje aan het rondspringen in de stad en tot nu toe heb ik nog geen vries gehad.
Nee, ik heb een euro lijken ook niet. Je weet het is gewoon in orde.
Een C-schijf, dat fucked uit kan, hè.
Dat kan zeker. Ah, fuck me, maat.
De stammen ability is wel nog goed.
Maar gaat dus
Nee.
niet op te zitten. Oh, heb ik het lang gezeten met een bureaustoel vandaag.
Daar heb ik geen last van. Ah ja, zo waren het thuis of zo?
Nee. Ik heb gewoon redelijk wat gegamed vanavond.
Always show action bar staat aan. Waarom zie ik ze dan niet?
Goeie vraag.
Bucht. Oké, oh. Ik dacht al van, hè? Mijn unit frames staan terug op waar ze normaal stonden. Huh? Terug naar hier. Zo. Lockframe. Unlock frame. Lock frame.
Het is meer waard gewoon een epics te verkopen als te fucking scrappen.
Ja?
Ja. Toch had ik tegen dat ik hier had toch.
Buffs on top. Voilà. Hey, jij nu een zelfgemaakte UI of elf UI?
Nee, ik maak mij altijd zelf.
Cool.
Maar ik heb overal profiles van aan, dus ik doe gewoon... Allee, ik maak een eventje, ik laat gewoon 5 profiles en alles is klaar. Hè.
Maar laat jij dan alles nog zien? van je cooldowns en zo, of enkel zeg maar je belangrijkste in het midden van je scherm?
Ja, enkel en belangrijk in het midden. Dus ik heb eigenlijk mijn action bars gehide. En ik heb dan
Ja, op zich, als druid kun je dat wel, want de meeste zit geen cooldown op, hè?
Ja, inderdaad.
Van die
Maar
abilities?
elke klas kun je dat. Elke klas is ongeveer evenveel dat je echt in toog moet houden. Ik heb in het midden gewoon mijn offensive abilities staan, mijn grote cooldowns. En dan links en rechts heb ik gewoon mijn offensive en defensive staan. En ja.
Want ik merk soms wel dat ik inderdaad te ver moet kijken soms. En dan...
Ik zie alles, denk ik, op 10% van mijn scherm zie ik alles dat ik moet weten.
Ja, en ook bij mij staat er heel veel informatie dat ik in feite niet moet weten.
Nou ja, ook al. Maar je hebt mijn UI al gezien, hè?
Ik denk het wel.
Het is echt ja, super basic eigenlijk. Wacht even een...
Oké, we gaan eens proberen. Hè. Oh, direct een kanker setup om tegen te beginnen. Hè. Joy!
Kopieer.
De lock?
Enter. Oh, ik zou niet winnen. Oh, mijn dans veranderen. Zo. Oké, ik sta er. Ik heb het u gestuurd, hè.
Oh, waarlijk 25. Maar we...
Demon Hunter.
Waarlijk CC?
Ja. Kun je staan of zo? Oh, is er wel
Wow. Ene grote stand, jongen, waar ik in zat.
Die fuck is geheeld. Damn. Ik heb mijn UI gestuurd, hè.
In Demon Hunter heeft voor 290k geheeld.
Ja, dat was veel, hè. Ik was ook aan het denken dat er zoveel bij komt. Misschien een
Hoe?
trinket of zo.
Kun jij dat zien?
Normaal wel.
Van wat het in healing heeft gedaan? Want ik wil dat wel weten. Want ik kan wel leech doen.
Leech 100k en een healthstone van 85k. En consume soul van 30k.
Consume soul.
Dat is waarschijnlijk dat jij dood zou gegaan dat hij over u liep.
Ja. Damn.
Dat was de moeite. Zie je mijn UI?
Oh, wacht hè. Ik heb maar één scherm, ik heb ook mijn scherm uitgetrokken. Mijn tweede scherm. Ja, op duur ja.
Alle voorzorgen.
Ja, maar ja. Op duur was ik er wel een beetje klaar mee. Zien hè, Matthias van Rietvelde.
Dus eigenlijk gewoon eigen frame, enemy, target en dan target of target in het midden. En in het midden staat zo van onder mijn grote offensive cooldowns eigenlijk en dan links en rechts mijn offensive en defensives. Gelijk met een bark skin, mijn thorns, mijn trinkets en allemaal zo bij elkaar. Dat zijn zo allemaal defensives.
Ja.
Dus ik weet van welke defensive heb ik nog, dan weet ik moet daar rechtsonder kijken. Altijd.
Ja, en dan zeg maar gewoon uw solar dingen en zo te zien of dat nog geprokt is of niet.
Ja, of dat ik hem kan, Solar Beam bijvoorbeeld, of dat ik hem... ja, die dingen met een Lunar Strike en met een Solar Wrath, die laat ik zien inderdaad om te kijken of dat ik stacks hem.
Ja.
3 kunnen die gaan, hè, dus ja, die heb ik nu toch.
Moet mij eens verdiepen dan.
Ja, dat is gewoon simpel. En dan heb ik eigenlijk onderaan gewoon 6 grote baars staan met alle binds op en zo. Maar die zijn allemaal gehide gewoon.
Ja.
Ik begin zo een klein beetje zoeken, want van fuck welke bind was die knop weer al.
Ja.
Want ik laat ook veel dingen niet zien gewoon, hè. Gelijk mijn Moonfire en mijn Sunfire, dat ziet je allemaal niet, hè.
Nee.
Mijn Root bijvoorbeeld.
Maar ja, dat zijn dingen waar je geen... Ja, maar dingen is wel, hè. Roots niet? Want daar is wel een cooldown op, hè.
Nee, Root niet.
Nee?
Nee. Dus als je dat geen cooldown heeft, en dat ik niet in toog moet houden, doe ik gewoon weg.
Ja, inderdaad, dat is een beetje zinloos ook, hè.
Heb je mijn AV gezien de resten?
Wie wat?
Mijn AV, Alterek Valley.
Ja. Maar wel weinig killing blows, dus gewoon zitten dotten.
Gewoon nog op een toren te staan om wat tot lekker zot.
Hey, maar Moonkin doet veel damage. Ik ben nu die in Moonkin aan het levelen. Holy shit, ja, hoe vaak dat ze gewoon instant dood zijn met die Star Surge.
Ja.
Niet normaal. Oh, Jesus.
Die wagen pakken? Kun je hem ook? Ja, nice. Kunnen we dubbelstanden of zo? Dat kan waarschijnlijk niet. Ja, zie, kan niet. Ik krijg het niet gecast, hè. Dat is onmogelijk voor mij. Ja, nice. Ik zou zeggen als je karma gebruikt, hè. Ik zou zeggen, hij heeft karma gebruikt, niks doen. Gewoon dodgen nu met defenses dat je nog zien hebt. Zo breed. Het probleem is dat hij met 2 op mij plakken, hè. Gestunt, gevierd, gekikt. Ik krijg mijn kloon gewoon niet gecast op dat moment.
Dat is ook een damage hebben gedaan, ja. Ze hebben veel damage gedaan op korte tijd, hè?
Ja, dat moet ik veel gedaan, ja.
Ja. Dat was niet eerst Fries.
Misschien moeten we daar wachten. Totdat ze opeen zijn en dan gewoon een dubbelstand te doen. En dat goed te timen.
Ja, dat kan ik in feite met een AoE stunnen. Ik kan 2 keer AoE stunnen, hè. Eerst met de Morphus kan ik stunnen en dan zeg maar met een andere AoE stunnen.
Maar met de Morphus is kort, denk ik, hè?
3 seconden.
3 seconden, ja. Oké, één van de twee.
En de andere is 2 seconden.
Oké, denkt wel die DR'en, hè? Dus als je de ene gebruikt, de andere is maar de helft van de tijd, hè? Dus altijd je langs de eerste gebruiken. Fucking skirmish. Oh, ik kan een kussentje pakken, ik kan op mijn gat liggen.
Zijn nu aan het queue of skirmish?
Nee, fuck skirmish. Dat is veel te... Skirmish is zwaarder als ranked op deze niveau. Op deze niveau? Engels?
Deze niveau? Engels?
Engels, dat zo goed soms.
Op deze niveau? Engels?
Brewmaster, ja. Fucking, dat is tank, hè?
Ik ga Protpaladin spelen, PvP. Ja. Hé, maar Protpaladin kan nog veel damage doen ook, ze? Ik heb eens te bekijken, die doen nog veel damage.
Wie, Pallas?
Protpallas.
Ja, dat is een fucking, daar heb ik gigantisch hoog niveau Protpalla gespeeld. Dat is een healerpalla. Echt zot aan het schend. Kijk, je vuur.
Ja, maar ik had er ook al dingen van gezien.
Oké, we moeten die warrior doden, hè.
Waarom? Probeer.
Oké, goed.
Ik ga omhoog gaan.
Ik kan staan hier als je beneden komt. Staan.
Ga je mij even healen?
Ja. Dat pak ik wel zo. Oké, jij ook. Ik heb hoeveel damage hier kunnen doen. Als we me rust laten, dan zijn ik een fucking tank, ja. Oh, is er een ring van 34 dat ik niet kan gebruiken?
Waarom niet?
Ja, 430 is, ja, dat is te laag, hè.
Hey, we hebben een game gewonnen, Matty.
Dat is zo fucking goed.
Ook tegen een onmogelijke comp eigenlijk, hè.
Maar toch gewoon mijn kont, hè. Zalig.
Hey, kussen gezocht, jong. Heet dat verk nog een bak. Gaat die, Jak?
Ja, als het maar 20k goud of zo.
20k? Dat het 120 was.
Ah, dat kan ook.
Of hij was misschien 20k, nu 120.
Jak, price, gold. 108. Ja, oké, ja. Moet jij hebben goud?
Nee, ik denk dat ik op deze heb ik 25k, op mijn bank heb ik 100k, dus op zich. Maar ik had al getwijfeld om die te kopen, misschien die Jak.
Ja, super handig voor transmog en zo, zeker als je
Ja, inderdaad.
bent. Dus nu is het een nieuw stuk hier bij en is de hele transmog fucked. Oei, verkeerde talent. Waar ben ik dit? Arms doden? Oh, nee, pak elemental doden, Dan kan je niet zo casten. Zeg als je kunt staan, hè. Kun je warrior staan? En elemental doden. Warrior staan en elemental doden. Ja, dank je. Oh, hij heeft
Gaan we een elemental nu doden of niet?
Ja, ik sta erop. Het probleem was... Yes, ja. Het probleem was, die fucker... Die was op mij aan het knallen met mijn thorns, dus ik ging gewoon...
Ah, oké, daarom! Ik dacht al, maar ik zie dat leven gewoon neergaan.
Thorns was mijn nummer 1 damage hier.
Ah, ik dacht al, maar... Je hebt toch tegen mij... Was ik nu zo mis? Ben ik op de verkeerde aan het gaan?
Maar dat was een korte stun op die warrior, ja. Dat meen ik dat niet kon klonen.
2 seconden maar, hè.
Nee,
Met een mes
dat
zijn
was
het 2
minder,
seconden.
denk ik. Nee, dat was een mes dat je op een warrior deed.
Maar, als die in plaats van Gladiators Medaillon heeft gekozen, kun je ook kiezen voor automatisch lost control.
Misschien beter een sap doen of zo. Die is langer. En die gaat sowieso niet die yards dan ook niet.
Met een impale.
Nee, uw imprison.
Ja, die had ik al gedaan op de shaman om te beginnen. En die heeft daar het getrinket.
Ja, wel slotjes. Oké. Hier was Arcane Mage zeker, hè?
Ja, die doet te veel damage, ja. En als hem blokt, even een andere kant gaan. Want het is ook voor mij makkelijker om de melee te stunnen als een ranged, hè.
Ja. Ik had die war ook nog misschien kunnen stunnen, dat vergeet ik vaak, is mijn eigen pest te gebruiken. Fuck, als het een kip dan aan het kwaken is.
Het is ook een kip, hè. Ja.
Vliegt maar op die mage. Kun je Ares doen misschien?
Ja. Aha. Nee. Hij heeft geblokt.
Ik zal aan de andere kant lopen.
Mage is beneden. Down. Kun je in open komen? Hij is omhoog. Onderstaan, onderstaan.
Ik was hem eigenlijk nog aan het dotten, maar en mijn dot staan op hem dus.
Ja, hij is dood.
Ik was aan het flappen. Zie je, ik had eigenlijk onder het deur nog kunnen flappen.
Verder gekapt eigenlijk. Nog even. Ik heb nu 445.
Nou, ik heb 370. Maar ik zal
Zal
wel
nog.
verder als u, denk ik eigenlijk.
Ah ja, maar je hebt dingen gespeeld, hè.
Ik heb nog AV en zo aan toen geweest.
Ja. Ja, en dan heb je er veel voor even een grote battleground.
Ja, dat was 150 conquest, zodat ik in AV 6 kreeg. Want ik was eigenlijk begonnen met 0. Ik had mijn chest direct kunnen pakken de rest, voor te beginnen.
Ik zal maar vliegen naar de Muhambala, hoe noemt dat? Ik dacht ik heb de game freeze, maar dat is gewoon een feit dat ik nog moet downloaden.
Ja, nu is het goed, hè? Dus u misschien echt effectief is nieuw internet, maar je hebt de schijf. Dat is strange.
Maar ik vind het raar dat ik op Rocket League ook.
En is
Kijk,
het
het was...
ook op
Maar het ding is wel... nee. Die Die staat ook op een D. Maar normaal zet ik dat altijd uit. Dat is zeg maar de icoontje van package loss, omdat ik dat, ja, dat leidt me af in Rocket League en zo. Misschien dat ik dat altijd al heb gehad en dat me nu gewoon opviel. Hè.
Altijd al lijkt het. Oh, ik zat tot even een bal.
Hey, maar ja, ik heb gewoon normal games gespeeld, dus niet rated gespeeld. Hè. Ik ben tegen mannen uitgekomen, joh.
Maar ik heb ook eens een stream aan het kijken geweest onlangs. Hè. Ze zijn gewoon nog beter geworden, mensen.
Ja, maar echt van die freestylers en al, dat is echt van what the hell? Gewoon flip resets, gewoon continu hè, in die games die ik in zat. Ik kreeg er echt gewoon rond als een noer.
Ja.
Echt joh, niet echt. What the fuck? En zeker, het gaat nog beter worden, hè, want vanaf volgende maand is het free play.
Ja.
Dus we gaan het helemaal. Dan ga je pas zieke skill zien. Als al die kleine jongen dat kunnen spelen.
Oké, Monk, ja, fuck deze, ja. Zullen we hem ook weten doden, hè?
Ja.
Vlieg maar op ze. Probeer dat binnen te brengen, is goed. Kunnen we steppen? Ja, ik kan hem klonen eruit. Waar staan we nu? Kun je even messen of zo misschien? Karma heeft gebruikt, hij heeft op mij Touch of Death gebruikt, even gaan lopen.
Geen karma, hè?
Nee. Touch of Death, dat is veel. Is nu gebubbeld? Nee, hè? Ik kan binnen 3 seconden terug. Ik kan terug klonen.
Heb je gebeld? Ik ben een beetje low, dus ik ben een beetje verder blijven.
Ik ga hem nog eens. Ja, ik ben even een paar seconden wachten. Binnen 5 seconden kan ik hem klonen. Ik kan nog eens staan hier. Wat is dat? Hij is gekloond nu vol. Nee, dus niet. Oké, is goed geprobeerd. Het was niet slecht, maar ja. Had nog zo'n bubbel en al over de paladin uiteindelijk. Hè. Hij had een 8k leven. Paalt.
Kun jij zien welk item dat ze zijn toevallig?
Nee, dat kan ik niet zien. Ja, dat was een beetje moeilijk, hè.
Ja, ik vertik het om mythics te gaan farmen zo ervoor. Ja, echt.
Dan zouden we gewoon zo alle Mythics 15 moeten kunnen doen, dat we gewoon vol een bak hier hebben en klaar. Zo geboost worden, maar ja. Zou het er dan niet willen boosten?
Nee, dat denk ik niet, dus dat is wel van mug.
Ja, ik begrijp dat wel. Morgen is een nieuwe update, hè? Dus ik hoop dat er morgen weer invites worden uitgestuurd en dat ik bij de fucking beta zit. Dat is week 3. Ja, vast van wapens.
Kijk.
Dat is toch maar een rare transbox. Hè.
Ik heb geen goede wapens daarmee.
Dat is een mijne. Een troll.
Echt, ik heb letterlijk hier gewoon niks. En ik dacht, ik heb al zo weinig hier. Ah ja, dat zou wel. Alles staat mijn andere realm. Blijkbaar is dat niet cross-realm.
Och ja, dat is niet account wide of wat?
Nee.
Dat is realm!
Ja.
Fuck. Waar doden?
Dat is goed.
Moet even agressief gaan doen, want er komt op mij.
Oké, shit.
Eeuwig staan. Vlieg omhoog, hè.
Kon niet meer, hè.
motherfucker nog niet dood? Oh nee. Oh, die hadden we.
Eerste fuck-up was al begin van het spel.
Die dinges, die...
De verkeerde gestept.
Ik denk wel zoiets dat die moeten agressief gaan, hè, want die komen op... Snap je, Demon Hunter, die haalt mij het stealth. En dan is het zo moeilijk voor mij om nog het te CC'en.
Ja.
Maar als jij er agressief op gaat, dan moet die echt uit de weg gaan om naar mij te komen en dan, ja, dan kunnen we veel meer doen, hè. Als je met 2 op u plakt, doe gewoon AoE staan, die komt met stealth, ik clone die en dan klaar, hè.
Ja.
Als die clone dan nog trinket, dan heb ik nog een badge of zo, dan ga ik nog weg. Maar nu is het heel moeilijk zo. Ik zit toch niet zo goed, hè. Oh ja, een talbeke. Dat moet ik wel ergens in staan.
Ja. Gaat die nog van TVC, hè?
Ja, zwaar gefarmd, hè. Talbek. Ik heb verschillende. Dat is degene dat ik het meeste gebruik, dus dan deze.
Direct op invliegen op deze.
Ja.
Op de warrior?
Ja, zo zien we het meest health heeft, maar warrior zou goed zijn.
Warrior dus.
Ja. Kan zo zie je. Oh.
Battery low.
Ik heb kunnen klonen, nice. Oké, nog dood.
Ik ken geen cooldowns meer, hè. Fuck me.
Ja, ik moet dus zo stun doen en dan doen we een I-beam gebruiken.
Maar al mijn stunts waren op cooldown. En als ik een I-beam doe, krijg ik zoveel procent meer haste.
Ja, maar ik bedoel zeggen, ik kan u interrupten op een I-beam, hè.
Dat wel.
Maar als je een stun I-beam doet, dan ben je zeker dat je het op full duration kunt doen. En als we uit de stun komt, als je dan zo uw dash, noemt hij ja, zo tegen gaat.
Ja, Blade Dance.
Blade Dance, dat kan hem ook niet raken, hè. Dus dan is het echt 5 seconden.
Ja.
Dat hij niks kan doen. En je gaat echt zotten damage op hem dan ook. Demon Hunter, dat schijnt ook in Shadowlands gaat los overpowered zijn, hè.
Ja.
Joep. Is nog een film aan het zien geweest, hè. Mijn 4e klas gaat waarschijnlijk dan Warlock worden.
En nu is hij waarschijnlijk aan het denken wat die 5e klas gaat worden.
Nee, je hebt 4 Covenants dan mee. Maar het goede is dat je echt zo per week echt gedaan kunt hebben, het schijnt op een karakter. Dus.
Ja?
Dat je niet gigantisch veel werk hebt en zo. Maar we zullen wel zien. Dus ik denk zo Druid Beu gespeeld tegen dan. 3,95 heb ik ze.
Hij is aan het laden. Ik hoop dat ik er op tijd ga zijn.
10 seconden.
Ik ga er niet zijn, denk ik.
Maar ik zie ook geen tegenstanders, eigenlijk. Jawel. Ik zou gewoon het wachten, dus ik zijn stealth.
Game is al aan het laden. Wat, tegen wat spelen we?
De monk moet de CC en de warrior moeten doden.
Stand aan het laden, jongens. Stem me.
Ik had ook met een deze. De eerste keer altijd keilang, de tweede keer niet meer. Jo.
Ja, ik ben
warrior doden.
Ik zie ze nog niet. Ik zie geen enemies. Ik zie geen enemies. Oké, dat is...
Stunnen. Oh ja, dat is niet gelukt. Motherfucker. Karma. Stun, I-beam. Oh, ik kon nog vliegen, nice. Nou, een beetje laat precies. Fuck. Ik had ook altijd, als ik deze deed, had ik eerst altijd kei lange lag. Allee, dat ik niet kon joinen.
Ja, en dan zat ik er eindelijk in en zag ik geen enemies. Ik werd gehit, maar ik zag niemand. Anders hadden we die wel gehad, denk ik.
Ja, ik ook wel. Waar is overleven wel lang precies, zo vind ik.
Ja, dat is me ook opgevallen. Want ik dacht, hij is wel kapot en dan... Oh nee, toch niet.
Als je zo nog eens een brawl gedaan, zo met 20 man in een arena. Niemand van ons team doodgegaan. Dat was redelijk ziek. Mage PM. Misschien Mage doden?
Het gaat lastig zijn voor te stunnen.
Wat doet je?
Range.
De Mage?
Ah nee, Hunter ook.
Ja, als je step, ja.
Sep kan ik range doen en Impale kan ik range doen. En mijn 2 gewoon stunts. Ja, ene kan ik die met de morske kunnen toespringen. Maar dan heb ik even van de mage af natuurlijk. Het is zelfs dat je gebald staan.
Ja. Maar als ik kan zo zoveel mogelijk weer doen. Zoals hem in de buurt is.
Direct ingaan, direct op de mage vliegen.
Ja. Ik ga wel even zien. Ik kan normaal niet kijken. Wel.
En ze blokt. Even healen.
Ja. Hij is geturtled. Ik kan bashen. Nou, dit is dan. Oh, ik kan niet bashen. Fuck, wanneer heb ik hier dan gedrinken? Ah, ik heb die dingen staan in het begin gedrinken, dat is juist.
Nou, ik had ook in het begin moeten drinken. Ik heb mij gedrinken uit die Frostnova. Ah, wacht. Ik kan mijn reward pakken.
Nog 70 zijn nog 2 of 3 wins.
Oeh, nieuwe hands. 5 item level bij. Kan ik eens zoeken wat eigenlijk de beste stats zijn voor PvP als die. Want ik weet wel dat die voor PvE zijn, maar.
Ik heb even een pipieken doen, dan. Een seconde.
Haste. Agi, haste, versatility.
Mic on.
Oké.
Kilo. Als mijn volgende reward is ook beter. Dan ga ik 10 item level omhoog. Maar ja, voor dat stuk dan, hè. Dus, we hebben weer een doel. Hoor jij me nog?
Jo.
Oké, maar vast. Ah nee, toch niet. Het is aan het laden. Het is weer aan het downloaden dus. Welke arena is het?
Met die 4 palen. Wat is dat? Blade Edge? Ja, dat is een
Na Grande.
Na Grande.
Een toffe setup. Oké, dus direct invliegen, direct op de rook en paljes zien als ik kan, hè.
Ach, van een paalskomp.
Niet zoveel gehad. Maar de rook is daar.
Nou, weinig leven op alle, dus ik kan niet zo hard healen. Oh.
Rook gaat op mij komen waarschijnlijk. De rook is aan het zoeken waarschijnlijk, hè. Kijk de site in 12 seconden.
Nice. Ja, Shadow site was binnen 1 minuut.
4 seconden.
Zie je?
Ik pik de site kwijt. Wat?
Fuck, je hebt je eigen die uit. Misschien als je geraakt wordt, gaat dat weg.
Ah ja, dat zal wel zijn.
Shadow site nog een halve minuut. Ik ga gewoon door het midden van de arena aan springen de hele tijd. Ik zou toch denken dat hij eens komt kijken, maar... Ik vind dat precies toch niet. Nog 18 seconden. Zeven seconden. Ik ga het er maar op, ze. Ik ga even pakken hier, ze. Waar is de fucker? Ah, hier. Camp. Oh jee. Hij heeft mij ook.
Oké, op rook gaan?
Ja. Kunnen we stunnen? Beide?
Ja.
Dat is niet gedaan, joh. Nee. Dat was geen stun. Zeg dat je Metamorph stunt?
Ja. Of ze waren te ver uit de range misschien.
Hoeveel leven had die ook eigenlijk? Want hij heeft wel redelijk wat damage precies.
400.
Waarschijnlijk gewoon alles gepopt op mij. Dan denk ik los fucked, hè. Los gevoegd in de aars.
Players are dazed. 3 seconds instead.
Dus
Ja.
niet gestand.
Ja.
Oké. Dat weet dat ook weer al, hè. Ja, Uldum heb ik eigenlijk al gedaan.
Waarom verwondert mij dat niet?
Ja. Ik heb daar mijn rep nodig en dus dacht van ja, fuck it. Ja. Ik ga die al doen. Als ook al zo een beetje achter die essences zitten, is ook wel redelijk plezant eigenlijk. Dat je zo moet gaan zoeken, oké, wat moet ik nou gaan doen? Ik heb gelijk Mechagon moeten doen bijvoorbeeld. Die King moeten doden, dan een paar dailies daar doen om die items te krijgen. Dat is wel redelijk cool allemaal.
Tja, maar veel te ver gezocht allemaal, hè.
Oh ja, maar nu dat ik er zo'n beetje achter zit, zo is dat va.
Ja, maar alles is toch onmogelijk eigenlijk.
Oh. Oké. Hunter doden? Vlieg er maar op ze. Zet de warm maar. Nee, Hunter doden, Hunter doden, Hunter doden, Hunter doden.
Oké.
Dat is een full clone. Stuur tijd omhoog, hè. Kan nog eens klonen.
Turtles.
Hij leeft nog. Staan of niet?
Ik ben dood, hè.
Ja, ik vroeg of gaat hij mij staan of niet, was ik nieuwsgierig. Ja, gewonnen.
Ja, mijn fout er in het begin.
Nou, ik was aan het twijfelen of ik dat nu juist had gezegd of niet. Maar we let hem smell a poopy. Als ik zo game hou, ik altijd met een mond open. Zo...
Ik ken dat van ergens.
Jij ook?
Maar ik niet.
Rory.
Die in Brawl heeft ook nog gear of wat? Als jij Brawl wint? Ik heb er toch een quest voor?
Ja, maar dat is redelijk zwaar, hè. En je moet zo al die ranks doen. Dat duurt keihard lang. Ik heb dat vroeger eens gedaan, maar... Wat is deze? Affliction Protection. Ja, oké, ja. Dat is duidelijk, hè. Uw PvP-talent zakken als het eruit, ja. Je hebt echt geen klote dat...
Is dat... Vlotte paladin?
Ja.
Hi. Wat gaan we? Warlock?
Ja, moeten wel, denk ik. Kom maar, Steve, ik heb je not gegeven. Dead life, though. Staan maar, hè.
Ik probeer. We gaan zelf
tonen. Dat is gebubbeld.
Wat? Met dat ik omhoog vloog, ben ik gevierd geweest. Dus daarmee dat ik niet omhoog vloog. Dus ik vloog omhoog tot op zo'n paar dingen van de grond. En dan ben ik terug op de grond gekomen dat ik gevierd werd.
Zit in hier. Ja. Die Paladin heeft voor... Ah, toch niet zoveel geheeld. Oké. Maar die Warlock heeft voor... 1 miljoen damage en 1,5 miljoen zijn eigen geheeld. Oké.
The balance is real.
Ja, wat voor keer moet die fucker gehad hebben, ja.
Naar Rus, hè.
Ik heb nog eentje moeten winnen. En ik krijg 25 contests, nog 2 dan. Dat ik er soms wel meer krijg, precies. 37, dus ik kan nog 1 winnen. Allee, Tim. Toch, ja, split damage. Nieuwe tactiek. Heb je een idee wat we best doen?
Geen idee. Beide doen ziek veel damage, hè?
Ja, die mage, als je een mage... Ja, eigenlijk beide, hè. Als je beide laat freecasten.
Op zich, de Warlock kan niet ice blokken.
Zo Warlock pakken.
Ja. Allee, ja. Ziet dat leven ook.
Toch mage pakken misschien?
Ja, dat is goed. Ja.
Kun je staan hieruit, staan, de Warlock? Jo, nice. Nog 1 keer klonen. Oh, je is naar beneden kunnen vallen. Staan hierop, ja. Zijn keersbot. Kan ik niet stoppen. Vliegt omhoog als je kunt, ik nog wel meer damage. Dat wil ik wel. Ja. Dat is goed. Goed is hier, hè?
Ja. Goed op de mage gegaan. Maar die mage heeft niet geblokt?
Nee, die had Cauterize gespekt.
Aha.
Ik denk als je Cauterize gaat, dan is dat een soort van cheat death dat je zelf healt. Maar dan kun je denk ik niet blokken voor een tijd of zoiets. Dus ik kan niet gaan zoeken. Cauterize. Spell mage. Fatal damage 5%. Nee, er staat niks bij. Mage talents.
Marksmanship Hunter. Dat zie je niet vaak.
Ja, raar dat hij niet geblokt heeft. Ik zie nergens een reden staan. Heeft hij misschien geïnterrupt op Frosty of zo misschien?
Dan kun je nog altijd ijs blokken, hè, denk ik.
Nee, niet als je het op Frost interrupt.
Ik heb hem enige geïmpeeld. Misschien dan?
Nee, het moet echt een kick zijn.
Nee,
Oké, we zullen zien hè. Wie wil hier doden?
Op de warrior vliegen?
Ja, misschien wel. Stappen ook? De dingen. Met drinken, dat is goed. Dat kan ik nog. Stun.
Oh, reflect. Fuck. Ik kan het te laat gezien.
Ik heb ook zin in mijn leven. Flop. Dat is goed. Goeie CC daar. Die Hunter had uw dinges getrinket, uw range stun.
Fijn begin al, hè.
Maar hij zit wel vast in een 6 seconden clone daarna, dus dat was redelijk stoem.
Ja, met een prison dan getrinket. Want ik heb mijn impale later gebruikt. Na uw 2 clones heb ik hem geïmpaled.
Ik moet mijn item gaan halen. Zo stom dat je altijd zo... Nu krijg ik echt... De laatste 3 items zijn voor mij totaal nutteloos geweest. Hè. Alle 3.
Ja, hetgeen dat ik nu ga krijgen is voor mij beter. Maar het is ook al even gelezen dat ik niet goed heb gekregen.
Dat snap je dus niet. In plaats van ons gewoon te helpen en te zeggen van hier zijn currencies en koop wat dat je wilt.
Koop wat dat je nodig hebt, inderdaad.
Dat je
Nee.
toe kunt werken. Iets
Nee,
gericht.
more RNG!
Ja, dat sukt echt, hè, man.
Ja.
Maar Shadowlands is waarschijnlijk echt wel op dat vlak een pak beter. Motherfuckers. We hebben nog altijd geen fucking 400k leven, hè. Ik snap dat niet. Ja. Hoe groot is dat verschil? Tim? Ik sta in de weg. Allemaal trinkets. Oké, is er een goede bij. Ik heb eentje met haste, dat is eigenlijk het beste wat er is. Hè.
Zie gewoon dat je geen tweede zelf trinkets koopt, dat is wat ik heb gedaan. Oeh.
Ja, het is helemaal op geen hol.
Weer even een Fries. Bal.
Maar het valt er nog mee, hè.
Dat heet wel, ja.
Allee, what's next? Ah, een ring. Yes, maat. Dat is wacht, hè. Ja. Plus 15. Oh, mannetjes.
Wow. Een ring.
Wauw.
Een ring op een Düsseldorf.
En dan ga ik waarschijnlijk nog een item level kunnen omhoog gaan zetten, maar ja. Dan heb ik alles op 4,45 en 4,50. Wat is er nog het nut om te spelen, hè? Fuck. Ik haat het, hè.
Zeg het, je hebt geen progress meer, hè.
Nee. Het enige wat we letterlijk nog kunnen doen zijn fucking mythics. En ja, raids en dungeons, that's it.
Ja.
Maar ja.
Had het nu halverwege een expansion geweest gezegd van oké. Maar nu, nee, echt niet.
We zouden wel snel een groep bij je krijgen. Als ik heal en jij tankt. Of gewoon ik het tank, dat zou wel genoeg zijn, denk ik.
Oké, op de warrior vliegen.
Yep.
Ik zal Spectral Side proberen de druids te voeken.
I miss me, bitch. Zeg als je kunt rangen, hè. Kun je deze stunnen?
Ik ga proberen.
Even drinken, oké. Even coolans nog bijhouden. In 10 seconden kan ik hem clonen. Ik ga damage beginnen doen.
Er zijn clones en roots.
Stun, en nu clone. Piek me niet. Oh, ik zie iets. Ga je nog iets doen daarna?
Ja.
Eat shit, fucker. Dan heb ik damage gedaan, zo maat. Je drinkt het en dan zijn ding is gepopt. Zijn
Trent. Of ja, zijn 3, ja.
Fucking hell, ja.
800k. Netjes.
Dat wist ik van, ja, nu is het tijd om een fucking cooldown te rollen.
Can inscribe their first scroll. They need to practice their basic
Thorns er 150k.
Show these little
Ik moet al 4 games of zo gaan pissen, dus hierna echt gaan pissen, ja. Ik zit echt zo met mijn benen op één. Hey, we hebben al toch een keer een healer DPS verslagen, hè?
Ze moeten wel echt achterlijk zijn om te winnen, maar... Gelukkig komen we wel... ja. Bij de eerste pop al direct gewoon trinket. Trinket en dan treeform.
Assassination Rogue, dat is stun, hè?
Ja. Veel poison damage en zo. Misschien water terug doden ofzo?
Ja, daar kun je direct op vliegen, hè. Ik heb de vraag terug.
Nice, kun je dubbelstand doen?
Ja.
Geluk?
Wat blind.
Oké.
Viert.
Nee, kan ik doen. Nee. Jij er nog? Jo, nice. Nice.
Daar lag een soul shard, ik had pas te laat gezien. Fuck me!
Je wacht je blind of wat met die dingen?
Toen dat ik die in tweede sessie moest doen, ja, was ik geblind en ik had getrinket, maar ik was te laat. Pas na een seconde getrinket. En juist dan in feite moest ik die interrupt doen, allee, die stun doen.
Ja, want ik was juist beginnen met casten, omdat ik dacht dat hij een stun direct ging volgen. Maar... Omdat de stun is niet lang genoeg om dat perfect... Allee, als ik wacht op die stun, dan ben ik misschien te traag denk ik altijd en dan... Pre-cast die dan een beetje, maar misschien dat ik beter toch gewoon even wachten, dat ik die echt zie gebeuren. Wat je ook kunt doen, hè, Tim, als ze zo op mij plakken, hè, een darkness onder mij meeleggen.
Ja.
Als ze met 2 op mij plakken, hè, dat beschermt mijn redelijkheid. Ja, je kunt ze beginnen met een AoE stun en, en daarna kun je dan darkness doen, snap je, dan overleef ik al iets langer weer.
Ja.
Eigenlijk zou je hier een beetje moeten doden, hè.
Proberen, hè.
Je kunt ook mages zien, maar dat is iets moeilijker, hè.
Voor mij toch?
Ja. Ja, plus die counterspel duurt 6 seconden ook, hè. Fucking Peach. Fucking Peach. Kijk, ik kan er ook zo wachten. Kijk, ik ga toch gaan. Kun je dat doen?
What the fuck, joh? Dat was gewoon één lopende lijn GCC'd. Niks kon ik doen.
Wat had je gedrinkt?
Het is begonnen met een poly, die is hem ook blijven zitten. De blind, denk ik. Nee, ja?
Blind
Blind,
motion,
hè?
ja, niet drinken te. Je moet eigenlijk de 6 seconden kit niet drinken te tegen de rook. Niks anders. Geen cheap shot, geen blind, geen poly, altijd 6 seconden kidney.
Wat icoontje is dat kidney?
Zo'n vuistje. Zo een roze vuist, allee, zo'n menselijke kleurvuist met rood er rond, denk ik.
Dat is ook een icon. Ja, dat, ja, oké. Ja. Volgens mij, ik had zeg maar dat geel is blind, hè.
Dat oogstje zo is blind. Dat je zo 8 seconden... Ah nee, cheap shot had jij het over.
Nee, blind.
Ja. Een blind is dat je gewoon 8 seconden rondwarrelt, hè. Dat is een 8 seconden scattershot. Toch.
Have you come to speak to old Nona? Splendid.
Ja, kijk, pissen.
You know,
Ah ja, juist. Hierna dan.
business doesn't work out.
Wow.
Ja, die ben er dood, hè. Ah nee, is Havoc, is dat damage?
Ja.
Ja, toch. Wat is de andere dan weer al?
Nee. Vengeance.
Ja. Ja, juist.
Vlieg ik op?
Ah ja. Also.
Paladin, stun.
Kun je Ewissen doen?
Nog niet. Ho ho ho.
Zijn eraan, denk ik. Zo, water pakken. Het beste dat je eigenlijk direct op die demon aan het gaat, en dan kan die maar niet spectral.
Ja.
Wanneer dingen halen. Ah. Als een protectiebal, dat ga ik geen leven hebben. Een half uur kloppen we de helft van zijn leven. Ja. Dat is wel een goeie. Dat wat die fucking er niet? Kun je een stun doen misschien? Een I-beam? Oh. Owned fucker.
Deze voelt goed.
Nou, gaat de cola gewoon terug, joh. Fucking lang als dat dan nog. Allee, ik heb het anders.
Ja, pissen. Ah.
but they haven't really lost anything in terms of like, you know, new weaknesses or core strengths going away, I would say. And as much as that demonic and maybe that's like the soul rending, you know, as much as those being a bit weaker to me as somebody who's playing a DH, that kind of sucks. But at the same time, I then remember how absurdly overpowered I feel just about all the time and think, yeah, maybe I actually do deserve that. Now, their core, right, it's basically intact. Demon's Bite, Immolation Aura, get your Fury up, spend that in your Blade Dance, your Chaos Strike, I-Beam when you can. Then you've got the Momentum build, which does exist to
Ja, want ik
leave
had
in
eerst
your
mijn
Fel Rush
I-beam
and
gedaan,
Vengeful.
en dan pas mijn Death from Above, of Rain from Above. Omdat mijn haste dan increased is, hè. Meer damage met die Rain.
Ja, het ideale, ik denk het ideale zal denk ik zijn dat je een stun kunt doen, Impale, dan I-beam, dan Blade Dance en dan Death from Above.
Ja.
Dan heeft je een Blade Dance ook dit haste buff. Ik weet niet of dat verschil kan maken of niet, dan met meer haste, maar...
Zit er echt niet mee met je HP, hè? 399k.
We willen maar niet kunnen.
Hoeveel item heb jij nu?
451.
Ik ook. Ik ook.
Maar mijn ring is nog 430 en mijn andere ring is 440.
Mijn shoulder is 435.
Oh ja, dat is ook klaar gegaan.
En ook nog één train met 430.
Ik vraag me af of ik dat aan kan. Ja, Mythic 15.
Op de basic hier waarschijnlijk niet.
Ik weet niet.
Wat doen we?
Binnen.
Shaman?
Ja, vlieg hem op, 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 vlieg hem op. Dan moet je niet op mij komen.
Waar wil je spelen? Midden van de
Ja,
ring?
ik ga er gewoon op, Tim. Echt waar. Dat is op mij. Kan staan hier.
Impedus was hem just in de lucht vloog. Fuck. Ik ga ook omhoog.
Nice. Je moet er gewoon op gaan eigenlijk. Je moet niet per se wachten of tot...
Oh, maar ik weet niet goed. Als ik als een paar geleden zijde probeert in het midden van de arena te vechten.
Oh ja, maar dat is gewoon in die situatie pas tegen dan. Maar in deze, hier zou ik gewoon zeggen, hoe sneller dat jij erop plakt, hoe beter.
Oké.
Ik positioneer mijn eigen wel goed. Maar dat was toen, goh, welke situatie was dat? Ik weet dat niet. Ik weet dat ik dat gezegd heb, maar... Dat was met een healer erbij, denk ik.
Ja, oké.
Als je dan naar het midden kunt trekken, dan moet een healer volgen. En dan is het makkelijker om die te CC'en. Als je blijft vechten rond een paalken eigenlijk, dan, ja, dan kan die healer ook gewoon rond dat paalken blijven ronddraaien. Dat is moeilijk voor het kunnen. Maar dan trek je het hem eigenlijk naar rond en moet hij zijn line pakken. Ass-rogue.
En een viraal.
I can float.
Op wat level leer je dat, die ability?
Geen idee eigenlijk. Ik denk dat een gekochte spel of zo is kan dan. Oké, als dat goed. Goh, wie gaat dood, ja. Dat is een beetje moeilijk, hè. Misschien de eerste dat we zien. Misschien de Feral Druid. Die heeft niet zoveel defensives, hè.
Ze zijn langs daar. Alle twee, ja.
Ik heb hem gepakt.
Sept. Sept mag ik zitten, hè?
Ja.
Rook CC?
Ja. Uwisen? Nice.
Heeft Toorns al gebruikt trouwens. Hè. Is het line van mij?
Ja, maar nice. Goed gespeeld.
Hey, we krijgen hier ook echo's of nee, wat? Voor deze te winnen.
Echt? Veel?
Ja? 60?
Ik was of Nyloda.
Nee.
We zijn Dominator 1400, ja. Fuck, verroos dat we zijn. Oh, dat was goed, hè. Altijd het stealth kunnen halen, ze. Deze is ook weer kakken. We hadden vorige keer goed gedaan hier. We hadden die mage gepakt, denk ik, hè? Nee? Of niet?
Tegen een rook hebben we nog niet gespeeld. Mage rook, of toch niet gewonnen, denk ik. Dat was Mage Warlock toen.
Wat zou die doen?
Ik zou zeggen de Mage, omdat hij een ander vrij spel heeft.
Nou, dan kan hij pollen en zo.
En ook de rook kunnen we makkelijker stunnen, omdat hij dan toch in range staat.
Ja, dat is wel.
Ik ga direct omhoog en erop vliegen. Hè. Allee, ga stels, jongens. Sept.
Ik kan een beetje rondgaan hier. Oeh, Pyro.
Sept. Ik ga omhoog, haha jongens.
Ah, dat is een kansen. Je sept u en dan begint hij direct een Greater Pyro te casten. Zo twee na elkaar, dus je wordt gewoon de helft van je leven kwijt. Ze ging wel goed leven af, maar ja.
Dus in deze geval misschien toch met trinket bezig ervoor.
Voor een sep, nee, want dan zit je toch vast in een 6 seconden kit, nee ja.
Ja.
Proberen, ja, het enige dat je kunt doen, maar dat is misschien moeilijk, is eigenlijk gewoon, ja, niet gesept geraken.
Nou, kind.
Gewoon zien dat je iets sneller zit dan zijn. Ah, dat is een moeilijke, hè. Al die items, hè. Ik kan allemaal niks mee kan doen. Zo, al die lockboxes met zo allemaal van die items in, van fucking herbs en linnen en zo. Uiteindelijk zakt dat ook, maar ik moet het allemaal niet hebben.
Mic off.
Lockboxes.
Mic on.
Dat vult uw bag, is echt zotte. Oh, ik heb 50k goud hierop. Ja. Ik heb 100, amai, ik heb echt 250k gold in totaal. Zie.
Nou, ik heb mijn Eldens niet aanstaan. Ik kan het niet zien.
Dus als we zo'n twijfelen zou ik zo voor die Brutosaurus gaan, maar zoals al doet je 50k gold per uur, is dat nog eens fucking 100 uur. Oké. Kun je een beetje pakken hier, denk ik?
Ja, ik zie de... Ik zag daar ook gewoon niet.
Als hem die in shield zo doet. Ja, ik kan er ook staan hier, hè. Ik kan hem CC er ook.
Er staan line of sight voor daar ook iets te doen, ja.
Ik ga hem nu pakken. Ik ga hem nu... Jezus, man. In 6 seconden kick.
Was dat weer Torens?
Nee.
Want die is heel veel leven afging op tent.
Ah ja, toch wel Thorns, 200k. Ja, ja.
Hek.
Uiteindelijk had die rook die, ja, die kon niet heel veel op mij doen. Hè.
Ik vond het zo raar dat ze zo gingen spelen. Ze gingen echt 2 keer een 1v1 doen.
Ja. Had hij mage veel leven? Nee, ik had het niet goed gezien.
Ik heb me niet gekeken eigenlijk. Shadow Priest heeft vrij veel survivability, hè. Dat hebben we wel gemerkt in feite. Of ja, hoe moet ik het zeggen?
Inderdaad. Dat is ook owned geweest. You were owned. Shadow Priest is hier dan.
De warrior kan echt healen, hè.
Nee,
en dan de Shadow Priest. Ja, Shadow Priest voor zodat een Shadow mens moet casten, hè.
Dat kan ik wel zetten dat hij zo'n live swap gaat doen.
Ja.
Dat is wel zin. Ja. Dit is dan niet? Dit is dan? Even drinken het.
Water down.
Kun je nog vliegen, Sweet ook?
Ah ja.
Vampiric Touch of moet kijken hoe je altijd. Ja, dat is goed gedaan. Nu kan weer geen kant op, hè. Moet veel iets pakken. Oh, dat is goed. Misschien mounten?
Kan niet. Via Soul Shard pakken.
Oh, dat is slim. Oh, dat sukt. Heb ik geen damage doen? Nee.
Ja, sorry. Ik had te laat zien, ik had mijn knoppel ingeduwd.
Damn. Bed mocht je laten doen, dat maakt niet veel uit. Kick op mijn best, dat is eigenlijk zo'n hoogste damage. Mijn best en Vampiric Touch. Dan wordt die ene kicken, de andere stunnen. Eigenlijk moet je stun zo'n beetje houden voor zoiets. Oh. Gee, goed geprobeerd.
Fuck. Hoeveel HP had hem eigenlijk? Ik heb hier nog gekeken.
Nee, niet op gelet. Zo'n goede combo dat je zo kunt, de ene kunt imprisonen en de andere stunnen. Dat kan ik ook met CC doen.
Ja.
Hij had wel goed getrinkerd, had mijn eerste kloon getrinkerd en ik had geen kans om nog een tweede te doen. Dat was ik een klein beetje gefoekt. Een Holy kan anti-magic spell doen en de Havoc Demon Hunter kan vliegen. Dus een beetje naar de health kijken.
Ja. I'm all in.
Wel agressief gaan, want anders ga ik weer... Gaat Demon Hunter maar. Dan kan die met tenminste die Spectral Sighten. Kunnen we steppen?
Hij is al omhoog gegaan. Waarom? Ik kreeg mijn stun niet voor elkaar. Fuck me.
Waarschijnlijk pakt. Nee. Ik heb geen malen meer.
Ja, was een fuck up van mij.
Wat was er gebeurd?
Ik kwam mijn stun doen, maar niet genoeg fury. En daar een beetje op gechoked. In plek van omhoog te springen. Ik wou per se eerst met een stun hebben voordat ik omhoog sprong. En dat was te veel.
Ja, zo waar.
Want ik had nog al mijn defensives.
Oh, dat is gek.
Nou, dat was toen.
Dat we ze gingen hebben. Deel waar de
ja.
Die mannen, hè.
Nee, ik had dan gewoon mijn, ja, omdat ik geen fury had en dan een beetje gechoked erop in feite dat ik van fuck en brainfart. Dum.
Through Kultirats.
Retreat, but if that's, I mean, you know what, I actually think the problem there is it's really fun, but just not in World of Warcraft, right? It's like a fun thing for another game because it just ends up being a little bit...
Okay, skills focus.
Demon Hunter.
Ja. Op wat defensive zeg ik dan. Kunnen de warrior... Ja, nice. Ik wil me juist op tijd even.
ga het niet halen. Hè. Fuck me. Ik kan daarna iets doen.
Ja, doe maar. Ja, maar ja. Ja, wel geoond die man, hè.
Ik kon gewoon mijn ability niet meer uitspreken. Ik kan daarna iets doen, zei ik. Ik kan daarna iets doen. Ik wist niet meer wat ik ging stun zeggen, in prison ging zeggen, iets doen.
Ik dacht eigenlijk de stun dat je doen.
Nee, want dan vat ik geen fury.
Mannetjes, ik heb een idee, wat hè? Iets!
Net te veel.
Too much information. Waar rating zouden we eigenlijk al terug 1400?
Nee. We blijven er aan hangen.
Hè?
We blijven zo er aan hangen, hè. Om die 1390.
Ja, maar ja, ook onmogelijk met onze gear, onze
Comp.
ervaring op deze klas. Ja, comp is misschien nog wel een beetje sava, maar ja, onze ervaring zegt gewoon een beetje daarin. Ik denk, moest ik nu druid gaan, healer gaan, dan zou wel zeker progress maken.
Ja, wilde dat.
Tuurlijk kan je dat.
Wilde dat. Ik zeg wilde dat.
Ja, het duurt allemaal te lang aan die games.
Voilà, de heel lange
games.
games,
nog wel meevalt, omdat die dampening redelijk snel omhoog gaat. En eigenlijk uw mana, als DK, hè, mana burn is echt het ziekste spel ter wereld. Ja.
Demon Hunter?
Demon Hunter, ja, uw mana dingen daar, hoe ik het mag noemen. Mana rift denk ik. Allee. Probeer je die ook zeker?
Ja, hij zit daar bij. Ik kan er niet bij, joh. Hij is me aan het linen.
Gewoon erop beginnen misschien.
Ja. En loop weg, hè. Ja, ik zeg gecept.
Lopen.
Pick de site in 7. Gecept.
Ja, dat is mij aan het gaan.
Er ook gaan dan?
Ja. Kunnen we stunnen de andere?
Ik ga proberen.
De andere steppen. Nee, niet gelukt.
Ik heb stun geprobeerd. Immune.
Nee, ik wou zeggen de rook te stunnen, wou ik zeggen. De rook stunnen en de paladin...
Ah wel? Ja, dat heb ik gedaan. Ik had mes stun gedaan.
Ah, misschien gemist dan ofzo? Want dat geen... Of ik kan misschien mijn bash uiteindelijk ook wel gebruiken.
Ik heb met Imprison gedaan.
Weet je wat we gaan het volgende doen?
En daarna direct mijn mes stun. En ik stond vlak naast hem, dus het kan niet...
Misschien met cloak ofzo. Want dat geen ding is, dat geen DR. Wat ik aan het denken ben, ik kan misschien beter mijn bash gebruiken dan. Want dan controleer ik het zelf volledig, hè. Dus dan kan ik bashen direct erna klonen. Dat ga ik in het vervolg proberen, ze. Dat is op mijn plek, hè. Dus dat jij uw imprison doet op een andere, en dan bash ik degene dat op mij plakt om dan de andere te klonen.
Ja.
En dan kun je even nog een beetje hard gaan ook. Dat is nu een goed plan.
Wie gaan we?
Goh, goeie vraag. Dus we kunnen de rook misschien? Hier kun je de darkness goed gebruiken dan met het scherm. Probeer het rook als je kunt.
Ja, rook zit erachter, ja.
Dat is cool zo'n poppen, hè.
De rook is nog niet down. Oh shit. Hij had freedom. Stuns uit bij mij. Rook down.
Oh, dat is kak. Ik zit in mijn verkeerde vorm. Fuck you, bitch. Kan mij ook hier dan.
Hij is oom.
Shitfucker. Out to plead. Rook ging wel goed neer, want om die fucking vanish. Dat was kakken.
Echt hè. Ja, het schold niet veel, ze. Het zal echt niet veel geweest zijn toen hij had.
Ja, had niet veel leven. Dat was cloak vanish. En ja, dan komt hij naar het stel en dan stunt hij je gewoon totdat je dood zit. Hè.
Maar ik had nog net met een blade dance kunnen doen.
Ja. Gewoon die paal in die had ik, die had toch gepubbeld en al, dus dat wist ik wel dat ik ging winnen. Fucking paladin. Wat hebben we hier? Terug roken misschien?
Ja. Je hebt een Demon Hunter gaan, zodat het nu niet kan pakken?
Ja, misschien op openen, ja.
Dan kan ik wel mijn Spectral Sight niet gebruiken, hè.
Ja, probeer het met Spectral Sight. En als je het dan niet direct uit het stealth kunt halen, dan gaat het maar Demon Hunter. Geef direct een hotse.
De rook zit nog van achter. Zeg recepts. Even trinkets. Zit.
Oh, is het dood?
Ja.
Fuck.
Veel kunnen doen.
Hm?
Ik heb niet veel kunnen doen.
Ja. Nochtans, ik vond dat we redelijk goed begonnen waren. Maar...
Damage was hoog op mij, ja.
Ja, dat had 800k damage gedaan. Fell Lance en Fell Barrage. Dat is echt een AoE-comp, ja. Hij heeft dus gewoon ge-AoE'd, volledig. Dat kun je ook misschien wel wat meer proberen, in plaats van dat we echt zoveel CC'en, gewoon puur voor de AoE damage gaan. Pff, deze is kwaai.
Ja. En dan waarschijnlijk een 500k HP.
Ja. De mage gaat wel, weet je, vorige keer hebben we ook wel gewonnen uiteindelijk, hè. We hebben die destruction redelijk goed kunnen CC'en. En we hebben die mage redelijk het genaaid. Ik had niet geblokt of niks, maar goed. Onze beste racing dit seizoen is 1404. Ah, oh.
Dus een mage zoeken, hè?
Jo, ik kan het direct een buffje geven, zie. Kunt u hem inprissen? Even drinken, ik kan nog eens proberen te inprissen. Nee, gewoon compleet.
Down, ja. Zoals ik zei, 600k HP die Warlock, ja.
$1 miljoen damage, fucker.
Ja.
Dat zal een goede CC op hem zijn, maar ja, die drinkt en direct een ding is ertussen, een shadow als een bolt en dan ja. De Chaos Bolt hit average voor 72k.
Ja, ik zal even zien in mijn log. Ja, Chaos Bolt 65k. 94k Chaos Bolt.
En dan die mage nog een beetje op je aan het kloppen, zo'n een pyro
Ja.
blast.
Ja.
Kankerkop.
Ja, dat is inderdaad. Ja. En vooral de gearverschillen. Wat was ik zei? 506 of 590k dat hij Warlock had?
In elk geval veel. Maar de mages weet niet geblokt, hè. Misschien kunnen fire mages niet blokken. En enkel cauterize.
Misschien.
Kunnen.
Too clumsy to use in many scenarios. So yeah, the momentum build still exists, but otherwise it
Ik wil dan
basically
hier ook op
is
de
the
fire
same.
mage gaan.
Ja, misschien wel. En daar zie je. Je kan een range kick doen, dus... Als je ook hier de mage kunt... eerst eens de hunter sappen, dus uw imprison gebruiken. En dan de mage stunnen. Dan kan hij zijn counterspell niet op mij gebruiken.
Ik ga dat proberen. Maar voor stun moet je eerst Fury hebben, hè.
Maar als je Metamorphosis redelijk snel... Als je Metamorphosis popt, krijg je denk ik Fury, hè? Nee? Ik heb niet 40 Fury of zo.
Oh ja.
Maar moet wel zien wat je doet. Eerst een Blade of zo.
Ja, dat is hè.
Bijna. Hij heeft Temp Shield, is hem nu snel dood.
Maar ze kunnen toch blokken.
Vliegt omhoog, vliegt omhoog. Nu die mage terug. Dat aan, hè. Ja, ja. Ik kan echt geen hol doen als hij zo op mij kloppen. Hè.
Ja, ik raak aan de mage gewoon niet aan. Bij het begin dan, hè.
Ja, met de opener zo, ja. Misschien moet je dan gewoon toch op een hunter openen en pas een swap doen. Want nu overextend ik eigenlijk een beetje. Hè. Ik probeer zo mee op die mage te komen. Maar ja, dan vlieg je gemakkelijk met 2 op mij. Maar als ik mij een klein beetje kan hiden. En dat we dan gewoon op die hunter beginnen desnoods. Is misschien beter, hè.
Ja.
Now, there is Essence Break, which is the new version of Dark Slash that basically is just a lot more usable, and I really do hope that it gets talented into more because I think that would open up a bit more of a, for me, fun playstyle that's a bit more in-depth. So overall, Shadowlands Havoc, you know, it might use the same satisfying but boring enough rotation of BFA. Now, as a positive, there are tools for every situation, pretty much. You know, you've got dependable single target, you've got great AoE damage, you don't have a big ramp up. Now, they're far from perfect, but if you want survivability, CC, lots of mobility, lots of damage, then the Havoc Demon Hunter is an easy.
Elemental. Oh, deze ook veel damage voor deze fuckers. Best shaman gaan, denk ik, hè?
Ja. Mijn game was frozen. Matty, hoor je me nog?
Ja, ik hoor je.
Ik heb BC.
Nou, ik sta hier stil.
Ah. $1500 ping.
Kat is nog bekend. Kat is nog bekend.
Waarom? Echt waar? Dus het is toch mijn internet, hè?
Ja, er is toch iets mis mee, ja.
Ja, wacht even. Kijk, ik krijg de queue, maar ik sta wel in de arena gedisconnect. Dus ik zie niemand bewegen, maar ik krijg wel uw queue-pop. Wat? Ik druk lief arena, er gebeurt niks. Wat de hel is deze, ja?
It is fucked.
Ik sta nog altijd in de arena, zo gezegd.
Weird.
Deze is Joy, echt waar.
Ja, weet je, gewoon heel schoon, maar ja, dat is ook het nadeel van de middle of nowhere.
Ja, ik zeg het. Met Telenet heb ik roemel gehad. Daarvoor zijn ze een paar keer langs moeten komen om eindelijk een slim te hebben dat wel snapte wat het probleem was. Dan hebben we de hele tijd geen probleem gehad, maar ja, dat ik constant zeg maar dat ik over mijn limiet zat met Telenet. Nou, dat is de reden dat ik Orange heb genomen. Ik log terug in en ik sta weer in de arena. En ik kan niet bewegen. Ja, ik sta eruit. En dan bij Orange terug dat we hetzelfde probleem had. Dus hetgeen wat ik nu weer heb. Dus dat ik in feite goed internet heb, maar gewoon af en toe alles weg. Toen gebeld gehad, toen was hij in orde. En nu is het weer hetzelfde. Dus volgens mij is het gewoon iets van instellingen dat hun altijd gewoon aanpassen. Zo van, oh, die klagen al een tijd niet, we zullen terug zo zetten.
Wat zou dat knopje hier doen?
In aangestoppen trouwens.
Scucci. Ook ben ik erin kruipen, zeg. Oh, hoi. Allee. Laatste game, goeie game.
Waar wil je op gaan?
Misschien Warrior? snel doen. Dat was een goeie. Oh, ja. Bye bitches.
Goed om af te sluiten zo.
Nee.
Mooi, dan kan ik morgen mijn chest pakken zie.
Ja, chest ook. Ik ben halverwege van mijn ringse. Halverwege. Zullen we kijken of mijn essences of zo morgen. Allee, bon, à la prochaine.
Ja, het volgende.